Chapter 637. The schedule of the International All-Star Competition was released. The opening match was the battle between the champion and runner-up of the previous season, the French Tulips versus the Chinese Dynasty. The organizers of the competition obviously thought that this could attract more attention for the All-Star competition, so they announced that the runner-up would challenge the champion. In all kinds of professional competitions, it was a tradition to invite the champion and runner-up of the previous season to the opening match. The effect was indeed very good. This opening match was the focus of everyone's attention. It was an unprecedented grand occasion, especially for the Chinese audience. Being the runner-up was an honor, but it also represented a regret. They hoped to see Dynasty beat the Tulips and give this season a good start. Not only the audience, but all the teams that were interested in entering the International League were paying attention to this opening match. They were preparing to study the characteristics of Dynasty and the Tulips so that they could counter them in the official match. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win 100 battles. Han Xiao was also paying attention to this match. After all, the Dynasty Guild had bought hundreds of ability potions from him. He had to observe the effect and see if there was a need for after-sales service. The All-Star competition was still using the same method as the previous season's International League. A specific gathering crystal, similar to an instance dungeon crystal, would be dropped in the shop and pulled into the same virtual environment. The official platform and Galaxy Times would broadcast the entire match, and the commentators would talk about it. A few days before the start of the match, Galaxy Times interviewed the Tulips and Dynasty teams separately and asked them about their views on this match. The captain of the Tulips, the god-level player Lost Angel, was very confident. He said that he would definitely win this match and defend the honor of the previous season's champion. With the championship halo, most of the audience naturally favored the Tulips. On the side of Dynasty, King Admiral never knew the meaning of modesty. He directly told the Tulips to wash their buttocks and wait, and they would definitely crush their opponents. Of course, this was not his original words, but that was what he meant. The Chinese audience did not want to see Dynasty being humble. Only courage could boost morale. They all waved their flags and shouted their support on the forums. After all, Dynasty had made great progress in the division regular season and showed an aura of "I can pierce through the sky." The Chinese players had high hopes for Dynasty and were afraid that they would become the Temple of God in the previous season. Temple of God had been criticized a lot last season and became a negative example. They were as fierce as tigers in internal battles and as meek as cats in external battles. Various experts analyzed before the match, and most of them thought that the Tulips were slightly stronger. The official platform also thought so and placed Dynasty in the position of the challenger. The Galaxy Times made a concluding report. The two captains, King Admiral and Lost Angel, have spoken from afar. No one is backing down. These two strong-seeded teams have the potential to win the championship. They are evenly matched, and they will present an exciting battle. The suspense will be maintained until the last moment. As for who will win in the end, please wait and see. Soon, the day of the opening match arrived. Countless players flooded into the live broadcast channel. Other than the official channel, there was also the Galaxy Times broadcast channel, inviting guests to watch the competition. Many viewers laughed when they saw the guest list of the Chinese version of the Galaxy Times. Port Bun and Beating Dog were among them. Bun Hit Dog's video career was on a rise, and he had finally turned himself from a nobody to a celebrity. He had a group of hardcore fans and haters, and he was mixed in with the guests made up of various professional players. It was quite a pleasant sight to see him make up the numbers. The two teams had already used the Gathering Crystal to enter the competition venue. Under the guidance of the host, King Admiral and Lost Angel led the team to walk through the venue. After a short interview, they each went to prepare. While waiting, the commentator and guests analyzed the situation and then began to gossip. The female commentator of the Chinese version of the Galaxy Times asked a few guests, "The competition is about to begin. Why don't you predict the result and tell us which team you think will win? You have to tell us the reason." The guests' answers were similar. They said that Tulips was very strong, but they thought Dynasty would win. They gave a bunch of rational reasons. mainly because they did not dare to face the Chinese audience and say that they thought highly of the enemy. Only Pork Bun was different from the asterisk cheese beside him. His stance was extremely firm, and he did not hesitate at all. I think tulips will win. France will win. Many guests were surprised. The commentator could not help but ask, "Are you sure? Why?" This is a bit complicated to explain. Pork Bun's tone was serious. "Have you heard of defecation?" The commentator did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had thought that Pork Bun had lost his mind, but it turned out that he was just being naughty. If not for his image, he would have scolded him. After Bunhead Dog's explanation, the bullet screen turned from question marks to densely packed "France will win," leading to a wave of collective revulsion. After a while, the competition officially began. The relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense. The audience was highly focused on the competition. The first match was a team battle. The camera followed the two teams throughout the entire match. Han Xiao was mainly watching Dynasty. The venue was random, and the terrain was rather complicated. As soon as Dynasty entered the arena, they did not rush to find their opponent. Instead, they took out mechanical props one after another and began to make tactical arrangements. Dynasty has chosen to play it safe and use mechanical props to create favorable conditions. It is worth mentioning that the props used by Dynasty are all from the Black Star series. The Black Star Corps has a complete set of mechanical products, which gives the teams in the Shattered Star Ring division the convenience of strategizing. In comparison, Tulips does not have an advantage in this area. Pork Bun nodded in agreement. Indeed, according to my investigation, the players in the other divisions do not have a way to easily obtain a complete set of equipment like the Black Star Corps. Although the pro players can still gather a full set of powerful equipment, it will take them more time. As soon as the Black Star Army was mentioned, the Chinese players seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. The bullet screen was filled with "Black Star is awesome," "Captain, love me again," "The Dragon Emperor's bootlicker was here," and so on. It was still fine in private, but when the Black Star Corps was mentioned in public during an international competition, the players in the Shattered Star Ring were very excited. The Black Star Corps was the link that connected the players in the Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao was a little surprised. He was not mentally prepared to be mentioned so suddenly. For some reason, he had a strange feeling of "I am not in the game, but the game still has my legend." The competition continued. The two teams moved on the map and finally discovered each other's whereabouts. They quickly approached each other. The audience became nervous all of a sudden. They held their breaths and waited for the battle to begin. In their eyes, once the two strong teams clashed, it would definitely be an unstoppable battle. However, fantasy was often very different from reality. In reality, things did not go as they wished. There was no evenly matched battle. Dynasty crushed the Tula battle team from the beginning to the end. With a series of violent beatings, they destroyed their opponents like breaking rotten wood. The commentator and guests were so excited that they could not speak properly. The Chinese players could not hold back their excitement, but the players from the other countries were stunned. They did not have any preference. They were originally looking forward to a battle between the two teams, but they did not expect that the champion of the previous season would be crushed so easily by the runner-up. In the following group arena, Dynasty also won with an absolute advantage. The official commentator and referee were both dumbfounded. The organizers wanted to make the opening match an exciting battle, so they arranged for the champion of the previous season to fight against the runner-up. However, they did not expect the Tulips team to be so easily crushed by Dynasty. There was no suspense in Dynasty's victory. The bullet screen went wild, and the forums were in a frenzy. The Chinese players could only hold their heads high and wanted to praise Dynasty. Han Xiao was not at all surprised by this result. In his previous life, the French Tulips had won the first season, but in the second season, they were reduced to an average team. In the end, they almost did not make it into the top 8 of the international competition. Dynasty was much stronger than the previous season. To him, this result was very normal. Although the Tulips team was the champion of the previous season, the French players lacked the unique advantage of the Chinese players. That was, the French players had too few haters. There was no motivation, no pressure, unlike the Chinese players who lived in a difficult environment. In order to not get haters, they were full of motivation. On the other hand, the French players were not hardworking at all. They slacked off after winning the championship. They were simply showing off. Dynasty was the runner-up in the previous season, so they were even more motivated. He remembered that in the opening match in his previous life, the two teams were the French Tulips team and the American Devil team. In the end, the French Tulips team was crushed by the Devil team. Now, Dynasty had replaced the Devil team in the first season and was the runner-up. Therefore, Dynasty was the one who crushed the Tulips team. After the opening match ended, the experts' opinions changed. They started to praise Dynasty, fully fulfilling their role of being a hindsight. The teams from other countries all saw Dynasty as their strongest competitor. They focused on studying the recordings of the matches, trying to find strategies to counter them. Dynasty's victory caused a sensation and garnered a lot of attention. They were in the limelight and crushed the other three powerhouses. The Chinese players cheered for them, almost treating Dynasty as their home team. Apart from the excitement, the audience also had high hopes for them. Most of the Dynasty players were more or less nervous. As members of the powerhouses, they knew that the current situation was a double-edged sword. If they won all the way to the end, needless to say, they would definitely be put on the altar. However, if they lost, everyone's mistakes would be magnified, and they would be scolded to death. The higher the exposure, the greater the pressure. Only King Admiral was experienced and did not care. After the surprise of the opening match, the International All-Star competition officially began. The strong teams had a performance match, which could be considered as the warm-up for the international regular season. The champions of the 9 competition zones had all displayed their own standards, showing off their elegance. The competition schedule for this season was very tight. After the All-Star competition ended and a few days of rest, the division finals started seamlessly. In the Shattered Star Ring division, the 8 strong teams were split into 4 groups according to their points. Dynasty versus 9 Gates, Rivervale versus Fanatics, Long Sky versus Fried Eggplants with Fish, and Temple of God versus Thunderstorm. The most interesting match was Long Sky versus Fried Eggplants with Fish. The two powerhouses met in the first round. As only the top 4 could participate in the international regular season, this meant that one of the powerhouses would not be able to participate in the international regular season. Last season, Fried Eggplants with Fish had not been able to participate in the international regular season. This time, they went all out and swore to defeat Long Sky. Unfortunately, Long Sky still won, and Fried Eggplants with Fish was eliminated again. He hid in the corner and drew circles. Very soon, the results of the first round of the division finals were out. Dynasty defeated 9 Gates without any suspense and maintained their momentum. Rivervale versus Maniac Sect, both sides were locked in battle. At the crucial moment, Frenzied Sword and Evil Sword burst forth and defeated Maniac Sect, led by Yen Ran, in a thrilling manner and entered the top 4. Temple of God versus Thunderstorm. The result was unexpected. Rainy Kim seemed to have the help of God and crushed Li Ge. In the end, Thunderstorm eliminated Temple of God with a score of 3-1 and entered the top 4. Temple of God followed Fried Eggplants with Fish to draw circles. The list of the top 4 was out. Dynasty, Long Sky, Rivervale, and Thunderstorm. The result was beyond the expectations of many. 2 of the powerhouses would not be able to participate in the international regular season. The top 4 teams already had the qualification to advance. Next would be the battle for the division championship, which was also an honor. The list for the second round made Han Xiao suspect that Mad Blade had also touched Fu Ding. The 2 powerhouses, Dynasty and Long Sky, were up against Rivervale, who was relatively weaker, Thunderstorm. Mad Blade had only started leading this season. Rivervale was originally a 2nd or 3rd tier team, but they had actually obtained the qualification to participate in the international regular season and made it all the way to the top 4. They were a proper dark horse performance and attracted a lot of attention. As a mechanical pugilist, his combat style was varied and mature. He was even more famous than the previous season and started to solidify his position in the pro circle. Chapter 638. A few days later, the results of the second round of the division finals were announced. Dynasty defeated Long Sky steadily, and Rivervale eliminated Thunderstorm. Dynasty and Rivervale met in the final round to fight for the championship. Madblade did not have the same good luck as before. The difference in strength was too huge, and he could not lead Rivervale to victory. In the end, Dynasty won the division championship for the second time. Before the King Generals tournament, they had boasted that they would win the Grand Slam of both the regional and international championships. Now that they had fulfilled one of the requirements, Dynasty's attention continued to increase. Countless players were looking forward to it, hoping that Dynasty would really fulfill their promise. To Frenzied Sword, he was already quite satisfied that he was able to clinch second place in his first time leading a team. The team still had room for improvement. Rivervale was definitely the dark horse of this season, and they had also gained a large number of new fans. Long Sky defeated Thunderstorm in the end and won the division championship. If they had not met Dynasty in the second round, how Tion's team could have won the division championship. The champions of the 9 divisions were also decided, and the division championship came to an end. The schedule was arranged to rest for more than 10 days before the international regular season. There were no more competitions in the various divisions, and the players could not watch the international competition live. They could only watch the broadcast on the forums. Therefore, the players did not stay on the planet and left, doing their own things while paying attention to the forums. Due to the division tournament, countless players did not do any missions during this period of time and were delayed quite a bit. Only 100,000 mercenaries and a small portion of players were still doing business in the Black Star Army. Although the business was delayed, not only did Han Shao not lose out, he even made use of this opportunity to earn a lot of money. 80 to 90% of the ability potions in the warehouse were sold, and the business of selling machinery and repairing equipment was also very profitable. Han Shao earned tens of millions of anas, and his savings almost doubled. He emptied the wallets of many players. With this money, he could buy more fleets and hire more freelance mercenaries. During the version update, without the help of millions of players, he would have to rely on the money he earned from them to develop himself. 10 years was not a short time, so it was better to have more funds. After the players left, Han Shao returned to base number 1 and spread the news that he was recruiting people from all over the star cluster to prepare for the secret war between Clint and Purple Crystal. His current focus was on farming faction favorability and obtaining cutting-edge knowledges. Before he obtained the cutting-edge knowledges from the Amethyst civilization, he was not going to do any other missions himself. However, Han Shao received a mission that he could not refuse. It was a message from the Sky Ring army. A mercenary team from Sky Ring had encountered an unsolvable danger while carrying out a mission in the Fawnstar system. The original mission was to deal with an ordinary planet-level rebellion. According to the employer's instructions, the enemy's strength was at most grade B. However, they did not expect a calamity grade enemy to appear. The closest ally was the Black Star Corps, so this team had no choice but to request emergency backup from Black Star. Black Star had long entered the ranks of the top mercenary groups and had always maintained a cooperative relationship with large mercenary groups like Sky Ring. They had a wide range of connections, so it was reasonable for Han Shao to help them. However, this time, he did not want to make the trip personally, so he called Logi over. Ever since he joined the Black Star Corps, the empty magic research lab had become Logi's territory. He stayed at home every day to do research. In his words, he was doing meaningless things to make time pass faster while he was rotting away. However, Logi's professional abilities had increased the magic power of the Black Star Corps. At the very least, the enhancement effect of a Grade A mage's enchantment was far greater than that of a Grade B mage. Han Shao had already asked Logi to re-enchant his mechanical suit and weapons. Their attributes had increased significantly, and they also came with many special effects. Han Shao was prepared to send Logi to do this mission. After all, he was the only Calamity grade officer. After taking his money, he had to share some of the burden of this captain. With Logi, even without relying on himself, the Black Star Corps would have the ability to deal with calamity-grade missions. He did not need to do everything personally. Sylvia brought Loggy to Han Zhao's room, and Han Zhao went straight to the point. I have a mission for you. I knew that bad premonitions would often come true. Loggy sighed. Han Zhao ignored him and explained, a small team from Sky Ring has requested our help. The enemy is a calamity-grade super. In the army, other than me, only you can deal with a calamity-grade super. As the captain, it is not suitable for me to personally deal with such a low-level matter. You will go and support them. This is your first mission, and I believe in your strength. You can choose any spaceship in the boathouse. Just don't use my spaceship. The target's information and coordinates have been sent to you. I have a question. Speak. Can I not go? Guess. Loggy probed. If they're all killed by the time I arrive, does that mean I don't have to do the mission? Han Zhao narrowed his eyes. Are you deliberately trying to stall for time? I've been seen through. Loggy's face turned bitter. Is this person reliable? Han Zhao's veins popped out on his forehead, and he helplessly said, hurry up and go. I don't want to see your first mission end in failure. Loggy let out a long sigh and looked up at the ceiling of the room. Sigh. I'm afraid I will be killed by the enemy and sacrificed in my first mission. I never thought that this would be the end of my life. I want to write my last words before leaving. Hurry. Hurry. Let's go. Loggy sighed and shook his head as he left. Sylvia was holding back her laughter at the side. She covered her mouth, puffed up her cheeks, and squeezed the air out of her lips as she stifled her laughter. Teacher, where did you find such an amazing person? Han Zhao glared at her. He is at most a little pessimistic, but at least he can be useful. He is much more powerful than you, and you still have the face to laugh? I asked Reynolds to supervise you. Did you ask him properly? Have you finished the homework that I gave you? I finished it a long time ago. Sylvia's expression immediately fell. She snorted unhappily, swung her ponytail, and left Han Zhao looking at the back of her head. Han Zhao curled his lips. There were many officers in the Black Star Corps. In Han Zhao's eyes, only Herluz, Erosia, Fu Ding, Sylvia, Harmon, and Reynolds had the potential to reach Grade A. Including Hela and Aurora, who were training with Ames, Reynolds was currently the closest to Grade A, and Sylvia was the furthest away from Grade A. Sylvia was able to reach Grade A in his previous life, so she had potential. Han Zhao had always had high standards for her. During the off-season, the teams from various countries released news about their training every day. Although Temple of God did not make it, Li Gu was very smart. He volunteered to be the sparring partner of the top 4 teams in the region and helped them find their form. This made his presence known, and his reputation improved slightly. When the other strong teams saw this, they all followed suit. Coincidentally, in the eyes of the audience, this created the feeling that the Chinese teams were united and had a collective sense of honor. They were willing to help their opponents and strive to win back the World Championship trophy. This made the Chinese players even more passionate. Before the start of the internationals, the reporters interviewed all the strong teams from various countries. The strong teams from America, Sweden, Japan, and Korea all announced that they would be the champions. Due to Dynasty's outstanding performance in the All-Star competition, the reporters specifically mentioned Dynasty as a candidate for the championship. They asked if they had the confidence to defeat Dynasty, and all 4 countries said that they would definitely defeat Dynasty. America and Sweden were fine, but the Chinese players had the most intense reactions to the Japanese and Korean teams. They could lose to anyone, but they could not lose to the Japanese and Korean teams. The off-season passed very quickly, and the internationals that the spectators from various countries were looking forward to finally arrived. 36 teams from the 9 regions entered the arena. The arena was even bigger than the previous one. The first day was the opening ceremony of drawing lots. The teams were still split into groups A, B, and C. They would fight each other in a cycle, and the top 8 would enter the internationals. Long Sky was in Group A, Dynasty and Rivervale were in Group B, and Thunderstorm was in Group C. The average strength of the teams in the 3 groups was not very different from the previous internationals. This time, there were no weak teams or death teams. meaning that there was almost no luck involved. They could only rely on their own abilities to enter the internationals. In his previous life, China had only managed to get into the top four in the second season. This time, both Dynasty and Long Sky had the potential to win the championship. Han Xiao was quite curious about what kind of results China would be able to achieve under his influence. The international regular season officially began, and the spectators from all over the world cheered for their respective teams. They were filled with enthusiasm, and the scene was unprecedentedly grand. Halfway through the competition, the situation gradually became clearer. The spectators had a rough idea of which teams were stronger and which were weaker. Dynasty maintained their momentum and held first place. Sweden's Tomahawk was in second place, and they were even ahead of Devil. Long Sky was in fifth place. Hao Tian did not reveal their strength in the divisions as if they were conserving their strength. They only went all out in the internationals, and their results continued to improve, showing the strength of a seeded team. Thunderstorm and Rivervale were both in the top half of the rankings and maintained their competitiveness. The average strength of the Chinese teams was very high, and the Chinese spectators were pleasantly surprised. To the Chinese players, the situation in the internationals was very good. Dynasty and Long Sky both had the ability to advance, and Rivervale and Thunderstorm seemed to have a chance to enter the top 8 as well. However, in the second half of the competition, a controversial and troublesome matter appeared. In the survival competition between the four strong teams, Dynasty repeatedly encountered the predicament of being the first to be eliminated. They were unable to obtain any points from the survival competition, which led to their originally stable first place gradually shaking. There was a trend of them being overtaken by the Swedish Tomahawk and the American Devil. Dynasty had already secured the first place in the regular season, and now it seemed like the cooked duck was about to fly away. This caused the Chinese spectators to explode. Countless spectators took the initiative to scold the teams on the forums, letting the players of the various countries fully understand the ferocity of the world's #1 flamethrower army. Scolding others was one of the basic skills of the Chinese players. The Chinese language was broad and profound, with a history of 5,000 years. Every player had experienced countless fierce scoldings. Under the influence of the environment, it was not that the Chinese players were modest, but in terms of scolding others, all the other countries were nothing. The forums became another battlefield. The fans of the other teams wanted to protect their own teams, saying that since the survival competition was a free-for-all, it was reasonable to form a team. However, in front of the Chinese players, reasoning was as useless as farts. Not to mention, they were the ones who had suffered losses. With a series of curses, they killed the enemy until they were utterly defeated. They threw away their helmets and armor and retreated in defeat. It was as if the fans of the various teams had become the 8-nation alliance and were all beaten back by the Chinese players. They spurted out patriotism and could not help but sympathize with each other. Han Xiao was amused by this farce. He loved to watch his fellow countrymen flame others. It was simply pleasing to the eye, and it could always fill him with joy for the entire day. In fact, it was understandable that the other teams formed a team in the survival competition. They were not targeting Dynasty's results, but Dynasty was too strong. If they did not form a team, Dynasty would most likely be able to win in the end. With Dynasty's points, they were not worried about qualifying, but the other teams still wanted to qualify and thirsted for points. Thus, eliminating Dynasty first was indeed a reliable strategy. This storm affected the organizers, and they asked Dynasty to speak up and settle the matter peacefully. However, King Admiral's answer did not extinguish the players' passion. Instead, it poured another barrel of gasoline on the fire. It's fine. Those who are not envied are mediocre. No matter how they attack me, it's just a matter of which team qualifies. When it's the final circle, I'll teach them a lesson one by one. King Admiral mocked the crowd directly, and the Chinese players exploded. They were extremely excited and could not wait to enter the final circle and watch Dynasty beat all their opponents to death. Han Zhao's hair stood on end. They dared to make such an obvious statement. Dynasty was really not afraid of death. Chapter 639. The top 6 spots were basically secured, and Dynasty and Long Sky had locked in their qualification. In the second half of the international regular season, while Dynasty was surrounded in the survival round, they still maintained their unparalleled momentum in the team battle and the group arena. They sat firmly in the first place and did not let the teams below them surpass them. The competition for the 7th and 8th places was the most intense, and the gap between the 7th and 13th places was very small. There were only a few matches left, and all 7 teams had a chance to qualify. Rivervale was one of them, but Storm was a pity, and their performance in the second half of the season was average. While Rainy Kim was extremely beautiful, esports did not rely on looks. It was difficult for her to carry the burden alone and regretfully lost the hope of qualifying. As the captain and vice-captain, Mad Blade and Evil Sword's potential had been stimulated through numerous battles, and their cooperation had become more and more tacit. The fans saw them as the symbol of Rivervale and called them the Twin Blade Harmony. There was only one last match left in the regular season, and Rivervale was ranked 10th, only a few points away from 8th place. The last match was their last hope of qualifying. 8th place was Japan's Hydra, and their opponent in the last match was Long Sky. Rivervale's opponent was Korea's Kimchi. In a certain room in Black Star Base No. 1, the members of Rivervale were all called by Mad Blade for a meeting to analyze the situation. Frenzied Sword knocked on the table and said in a serious tone, "Long Sky is ranked 4th, and Kimchi is ranked 6th. They are both strong teams, and there is no way for us to take advantage of them. If we want to make up for the difference in points between us and Hydra, there is only one way, and that is for us to get a large number of points from Kimchi. Then Hydra and Long Sky will draw, and we will not get many points. That's too harsh. Hydra is on par with Long Sky, and Kimchi is also a strong team. We might not even be able to beat them." Evil Sword shook his head. "Apart from winning the team battle, there is another way to get a lot of points," Mad Blade said slowly. "The group arena is based on the number of people on each side. If Little Sword and I perform above our usual standards and kill our opponents, we will be able to get a lot of points. Indeed, if we do well in the group arena, we will be able to open up a huge gap in points, but good cough, Kimchi is still very strong. Even Dynasty would not dare to say that they can kill Kimchi," Evil Sword said. "This match is our only chance. We have to get as many points as possible at all costs. I've taken out all the ability potions in the warehouse, and there are still 67 left. If we can't make it to the finals, then there's no point in keeping them. In the last match, we'll use up all of these potions. If we can get one more point, then we'll get one more point. Don't save anymore." Everyone's spirits were lifted. Evil Sword's eyes lit up. "Boss, are you going to use the Black Star character summon card as well?" "That's right. As long as we can get into the final circle, we'll be satisfied. If we don't fight now, when will we?" Mad Blade nodded. "Then we might really be able to kill our way through Kimchi." Evil Sword's face lit up with joy. Because there was enough stock, Han Xiao did not extract his own juice, and there were no ability potions for him on the market. However, before the Pro League, Mad Blade had completed a mission with a high rating and obtained a blank character summon card as a random reward. He still remembered that in the previous singles competition, he had used the Black Star's Descent character summon card to crush his opponent. Without much hesitation, he had used the blank character summon card to create Han Zhao's character summon card. This character summon card had been his trump card since the start of the competition. In such a crucial match, Mad Blade had decided to use this character summon card. In the last match, Rivervale received the attention of the Chinese audience. Dynasty and Long Sky had already made it to the next round. If Rivervale could also make it to the next round, then 3 of the 8 spots in the international finals would belong to China. In the team battle between Rivervale and Kimchi, both sides had fought to the death. Kimchi had used all of his skills, not holding back at all. This time, Rivervale had used his ability potion without any hesitation. In the end, he had barely won and only obtained a meager number of points. Many of the Chinese audience members were discouraged. With such a meager number of points, they had basically lost the chance to surpass Hydra. Not many people were optimistic about Rivervale's performance in the group arena. Only Mad Blade and Evil Sword could fight in the Rivervale team. The rest of the team members were all team players, and their individual strength was average. On the other hand, Kimchi had two people who had made it to the international singles competition. Rivervale might have a chance to win, but they would not be able to get too many points. However, when it came to the group arena, Mad Blade gave the audience a surprise and Kimchi a shock. Mad Blade drank dozens of ability potions as soon as he got on the stage. A long list of buffs appeared in his stats window, and his entire body glowed. He was a proper special effects warrior. The commentator was excited. Oh, looks like Mad Blade is going all in. The pressure is now on Kimchi. Every professional team had their own trump cards. The ability potions that Han Xiao sold were the symbolic trump cards of every Chinese team in the international championships. They had left a deep impression on the other teams, giving them a headache. The main reason was that the ability potions were random and the other teams were unable to take specific measures. However, the amount of ability potions was limited and there were many matches. The Chinese teams were using them sparingly. Otherwise, they would not be able to use them anymore. After all, it was the finals, and every round was a best of 5. Now, Mad Blade did not care about the future matches. He was going all out. Mad Blade suddenly erupted with terrifying strength, and he defeated 2 opponents in a 1v2. Kimchi knew that the ability potions had a time limit, so they sent out 2 ordinary members to stall for time. They were trying to grind out Mad Blade's HP. Kimchi has chosen to stall for time. Mad Blade has defeated 2 of his opponents. However, some of his buffs have also expired. Let's take a look at the next contestant. Oh, Kimchi has sent out their ace player. They're going to use a third person to end Mad Blade's winning streak. Kimchi's third contestant was their ace. He was one of the contestants that had made it into the international singles. At this moment, Mad Blade still had more than half of his HP remaining, and his mech's armor was only left with a third. The situation was not looking good for Mad Blade. Many of the Chinese viewers were nervous. At this moment, Mad Blade took a deep breath and activated his only Black Star character summon card. Han Zhao's translucent figure appeared behind Mad Blade. He was dressed in black, and his face was expressionless. He pressed a hand on Mad Blade's head. Okay, Mad Blade has used a new ability. This is... Wait a minute, didn't I see this scene in the last Pro League? The commentator's eyes widened. A buff that stunned the commentator, guests, and audience appeared. F***, this is cheating. The commentator could not help but curse. Countless audience members were shocked. The additional HP was more than their original HP. Some people remembered that Mad Blade had used Black Star's character summon card in the last Pro League. Now it was Black Star again. Since this buff came from the character summon card, it proved that this ability belonged to Black Star. All along, Black Star's attributes had always been a question mark in the players' probing information. The players only knew that Black Star was insanely strong, but they did not know the specific abilities of Black Star. At this time, Mad Blade's buff had once again revealed the tip of the iceberg of Black Star, shocking countless players. A mechanic actually had such a tank-type talent. Then, wouldn't his mechanic talent be even more insanely strong? Or could it be that all mechanics could awaken a tank-type talent? With his powerful endurance, Frenzied Sword continued to battle and defeated 3 more opponents in a row before he was finally defeated. Evil Sword activated its state and barely defeated the remaining opponents. The points of the group arena were calculated based on the difference between the number of people who lost. On Rivervale's side, they only lost 1 person to Mad Blade, and Kimchi's team lost 1 person. This was the points that Rivervale had obtained, and it was a huge victory. Mad Blade defeated 5 opponents and became famous. Rivervale obtained a high number of points, and whether they could advance or not depended on how many points Hydra could obtain from Long Sky. Long Sky did not disappoint. They did not hold back at all and crushed Hydra, causing them to only obtain very few points. Hao Tian was familiar with Frenzied Sword, and they were both from the Chinese team. He did not mind helping Frenzied Sword with this small favor. After the match, Long Sky received an overwhelming amount of praise, and they were undoubtedly China's best teammates. Under everyone's gazes, the top 8 international teams were announced. Dynasty was first, Long Sky was fourth, and Rivervale successfully replaced Hydra Spot. They barely made it to the next round, only 2 points ahead of Hydra. Mad Blade's gamble had succeeded. Out of the 4 teams, 3 had made it to the finals. Only China had achieved this, and the Chinese players could only feel their blood boiling. Advancing to the next round was a pleasant surprise, and replacing the Japanese team's spot was even more delightful. This time, no Japanese team had made it into the top 8 of the international competition. The forums were filled with gongs and drums, firecrackers, and red flags. Everyone was celebrating. Han Xiao was also quite surprised by this result. He knew that the average strength of the Chinese teams was higher than in his previous life, but he did not expect them to do so well. In Fengyu's previous life, only the United States had achieved this feat. It had only happened once in all the seasons in Fengyu's previous life. Now, China had achieved this feat in the second season of the World Cup. The players were celebrating on the forums, but many people did not realize that this was a milestone that would be recorded in the history of the Galaxy Pro League. Han Xiao knew that even after many years, in the future versions, there would still be people talking about China's glorious achievement in this season. In the finals, it was a best of 5. According to the points, Dynasty, who was in first place, will be facing Rivervale, who was in 8th place. Although the players felt that it was a pity to have an internal battle, there was nothing to complain about. Mad Blade's luck has come to an end, but to be able to make it to the top 8 is already a result to be proud of. It's enough for a new team. Han Xiao was quite satisfied. The performance of the Chinese teams was impressive, and it was also a way to make the Black Star Corps feel better. Long Sky, who was in 4th place, was up against Kimchi, who was in 5th place. The Chinese players did not watch internal battles, and since Long Sky's opponent was a Korean team, the audience turned their attention to Long Sky's match. However, Han Xiao did not pay attention to the finals. He threw an eye on Lagi and observed how he was doing his mission. Although Lagi said that he wanted to take a detour, he did not waste any time. He went straight to the mission location and had already arrived at the place where the Sky Ring mercenary team had asked for help. Chapter 640. Fawnstar System, Planet Capolodi. The ruler of this planet was the Vinstark civilization. It was a planet-level regime that belonged to the Black Raven civilization. The Vinstark race was an intelligent species with feathers and wings. They were born with the ability to fly. The buildings on planet Capolodi reached into the clouds. They looked like trees on the outside with long, branch-like platforms hanging outside. The Vinstark civilization was peaceful and lazy, willing to be a vassal of the Black Raven civilization. Therefore, they were troubled by dissidents and extreme nationalists, and new rebel organizations would pop up every few days. In the entire universe, such examples were as common as the stars. A team from the Sky Ring Army accepted an invitation to eliminate a rebel organization called Bullseye. The leader of the team was Ice Mage Goa, a 3-ring officer, grade B super. She had once fought alongside Black Star on Floating Dragon Island. She had always been active around the Fawnstar system. According to Vinstark's information, the strongest person in the Bullseye organization was only a grade B. This was supposed to be a regular combat mission, but Goa did not expect that there would be a super hidden in the Bullseye organization. Furthermore, he was not a nobody, but a member of the Vinstark race that he had exiled many years ago. His name was Gerald. Now that he had become a Calamity grade, he wanted to come back and overthrow Vinstark's rule. Not only was he the real master of the Bullseye organization, he was also the mastermind behind many other rebel organizations. He was the big boss of the rebel forces on planet Capolodi. In a certain wilderness, a small aircraft was escaping at high speed. Hundreds of aircraft were chasing behind it, creating a raging wind and dust. The people from the Bullseye organization have found us again. We've been hiding for so long, and we don't have much fuel left. Leader, what should we do? In the cockpit, the surviving members of the Sky Ring Army hurriedly operated the aircraft. Someone asked loudly, "Continue to escape." I've already applied for support from the Black Star Corps. Black Star's reinforcements will definitely come. We have to hold on until then. Goa clenched her teeth. Her magic robe was covered in blood and dust. After so many days of escaping, her condition was extremely bad, and she was extremely tired. She had only fought with Gitterald once, and she had been beaten black and blue. She could not cross the gap between grade B and A. If not for her good luck, the team would have been wiped out long ago. The fuel was quickly used up, and the speed gradually slowed down. The pursuers surrounded them, and the distance kept shortening. All the Sky Ring mercenaries had their hearts in their throats. Goa could not help but grip her staff tightly. At this moment, a communication request popped up on the screen, and Logi's dejected face appeared. Hey, your reinforcements have arrived. Is there anyone alive? If not, I'm leaving. Everyone was overjoyed. Goa quickly replied, we're still alive. The situation is very dangerous now, and we need help urgently. The coordinates are. After reporting the coordinates, Logi hung up the call. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Black Star's reinforcements have finally arrived. That's great. We're saved. Goa suddenly realized a problem. Wait, I told them that the enemy has a calamity grade. Why wasn't it Black Star himself? Did he not come personally? Everyone's expression changed slightly. They all knew the Black Star Corps quite well and knew that only Black Star was a calamity grade. They had never heard of the Black Star Corps having any other grade A combatants. Goa could not help but worry. She only hoped that the reinforcements were reliable. All of a sudden, everyone's hair stood on end. They saw a powerful shockwave blast shoot out horizontally, hitting their aircraft at an angle. Boom! Violent vibration, violent explosion. The aircraft exploded into pieces, and a spherical magic shield was blown away. It bounced a few times on the ground before stopping. The magic shield disappeared, and Goa's figure was revealed. The staff in her hand was shining brightly. She had protected all her team members at the last moment. She was so tired that she was panting, and she looked tired. This time, hundreds of enemy aircraft caught up and surrounded Goa and the others. In the direction where the shock wave came from, a birdman flew over at high speed and hovered above them. His eagle-like eyes looked down at them coldly, as sharp as knives. This bird was the grade A super of the rebel organization, Gitterald. Humph, people from Skyring. I hate mercenaries the most. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for interfering with something that has nothing to do with you. You deserve to die. Gitterald flapped his wings, and a ball of high-density platinum pugilist energy gathered in his palm. The strong sense of danger made Goa and the others freeze. Who? Just as Gitterald was about to kill them, a spaceship broke through the clouds in the sky and flew over. He could not help but turn around and look. The spaceship stopped outside the encirclement. The cabin door opened, and Logi slowly floated out. Seeing the dangerous situation Goa and the others were in, his expression turned bitter. I'm early, Gitterald frowned. Who are you? Before Logi could speak, Goa answered first. You're dead. He's our reinforcements from the Black Star Corps. What's your name? Goa only then realized that she did not know the name of the reinforcements. Logi sighed. As for my name again, and I'm leaving. Black Star's people? Hearing their conversation, Gitterald's pupils constricted. *T. He was not afraid of the Skyring army, because Skyring's base was very far away. However, the Garden Star system was right next to the Fawn Star system. He only felt that it was extremely troublesome and was very wary of the Black Star Corps. Especially the name Black Star. Gitterald had heard of Black Star before. Black Star's position in the Colton Star cluster was way higher than his. With a heavy heart, Gitterald thought about what to do. The Black Star Corps is already involved. My plan can't continue. I can only kill this Black Star mercenary and leave the Colton Star cluster to hide. If I continue to stay here, the Black Star Corps will send a large number of troops to deal with me sooner or later. Luckily, only one person came from Black Star this time. After killing him and the people from Skyring, I can hide the news for a while and have time to escape. With that in mind, Gitterald made a decisive decision and ordered loudly. Everyone fire. Kill these Sky Ring mercenaries. The expressions of Goa and the others changed drastically. They hurriedly used all kinds of defensive abilities. They were in a very bad state. Once they were focused on, they would either die or be heavily injured. The cannons of all the spaceships lit up, and the cannons were about to fire. Geralt turned around and charged toward Logi, turning into a meteor surrounded by flames. He used his full power right from the start. At this moment, Logi sighed. An ancient staff appeared in his hand out of thin air, and he gently tapped the air. Space-time secret spell, 7th dimension. Hum! An invisible barrier suddenly spread out, enveloping all the individuals present. At this moment, all movements within the barrier came to a standstill, as if time and space had frozen. Every single one of them, everyone's expression froze. However, everyone's thoughts were still there. They could clearly feel the feeling of their bodies freezing, but they could not control their bodies. Geralt was also frozen in midair, unable to move. His heart was in turmoil. Han Technician, who was peeping, almost spat out the snacks in his mouth. Isn't this King Waludo? Space-time secret spell was the most difficult magic style to master, and it was very dangerous. When the caster was studying it, they might not even have a corpse left if they were not careful. It required extremely high talent. Not everyone could become the hunting target of Albert and the others. Logi was not a member of any large organization. He was just a lone ranger. Therefore, there was only one reason why Logi was targeted. That was because of his strength. In this space-time domain, only Logi could move freely. He continuously cast spells and destroyed all the spaceships. At this moment, Geralt finally broke free from the restriction of the spell. Without saying anything, he turned around and ran away like a meteor. His confidence was shattered by Logi's one move. Logi did not chase after him. His mission was to save the Sky Ring mercenaries. He did not want to waste energy chasing after an opponent of the same level. He floated in front of Goa and the others, sighing, "Get on my ship and leave this place." Goa quickly nodded to maintain her respect for the strong. She could not help but ask, "Are you a new officer of the Black Star Corps? I've never heard of your name before." "It's best if you never hear of it." Logi's expression collapsed. The other Sky Ring mercenaries looked at each other and were shocked. The Black Star Corps finally had its first Calamity Grade officer, and he was so strong. It was no longer Black Star alone. They felt that their Sky Ring army was being surpassed by the Black Star Corps very quickly. Goa had complicated feelings. She still remembered that a few years ago, Black Star was just a small mercenary group, and she was a captain of Sky Ring. Their strength was about the same, and she had the background of Sky Ring, so her position was higher than Black Star's. However, she was still the captain of Sky Ring, and Black Star was already a big shot in the Colton Star Cluster. He had a place in the entire Shattered Star Ring. The difference in strength and position between the two of them was like heaven and earth. Without comparison, there would be no harm. With Black Star as an example, Goa felt that she had been standing on the same spot for the past few years. She could not help but feel discouraged. At the same time, on the other side of the observer's mark, Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. He stroked his stubble and could not help but smile. "Looks like I found a treasure." A few days later, the festival of the second season finally came to an end. The 8 teams in the finals attracted the most attention since the start of the competition. The supporters of each team were very passionate, waving their flags and cheering. In the first round, Dynasty defeated Rivervale. Dynasty entered the semifinals, and Rivervale stopped in the top 8. This result was expected by almost everyone. Long Sky fought with Kimchi, and they defeated Kimchi 3-1. Kimchi was eliminated, and Long Sky successfully entered the semifinals. 2 Chinese teams entered the semifinals, and the Chinese viewers could not help but look forward to seeing the Chinese teams meet in the finals. Unfortunately, in the second round of the draw, Dynasty drew Long Sky as their opponent, while Devil was up against Tomahawk. The Chinese players sighed in pity. Dynasty was so unlucky. After entering the finals, they both faced Chinese teams in the first and second round. The second round was very intense, and the peak was right in front of them. Neither Dynasty nor Long Sky would give in. They fought until their heads bled, and countless viewers were worried. Many people predicted that Dynasty would have a higher chance of winning, but the result was unexpected. Under Hao Tian's lead, Long Sky showed amazing resilience and defeated Dynasty 3-2, successfully entering the finals. Dynasty stopped in the top four, and they could only fight for third place. After the match, many reporters interviewed Dynasty, but King Admiral did not have any regrets. "We've spent too much energy in the previous matches. Hao Tian is an old rival of mine, and he did really well this time. I'm convinced of my loss. I hope that they can bring back a championship trophy for China. Brother, you've won my spot in the finals, so you have to do your best. Flame them as much as you can, so they won't dare to lose. They don't have to give me face." A reporter with bad intentions mentioned King Admiral's words during the regular season, wanting to embarrass him. However, King Admiral did not care at all and laughed at himself. "I wanted to teach the other teams a lesson, but I didn't expect to be taught a lesson by my fellow countrymen. That's fine too. I didn't go back on my words when I lost to my own team. Hao Tian, you have to win the championship. At least using the excuse of losing to the champion will make me less flame." All the reporters laughed, and even the reporter who asked the question could not help but laugh. Soon, it was Second Prince's turn to be interviewed. Second Prince's speech was in accordance with his usual style. He said casually, "It's definitely the captain's fault for losing the competition. This proves that we should change the captain. Other than me, there's no need to consider anyone else. King Admiral should retire. He's just a greasy middle-aged man." Dynasty's interview was very lively, and it slightly diluted the regret of the Chinese audience. All the hope and pressure were placed on Long Sky. Originally, Dynasty was the team with the highest chance of winning the championship, but Long Sky had defeated them. If they did not win the championship in the end, the outcome would be obvious. However, not only did Hao Tian not panic, his fighting spirit was even higher. Since the start of the competition, Dynasty had been in the limelight, and he led Long Sky to silently recharge, as if he was polishing a sword. In the final match, the sword was finally unsheathed. Everyone in Long Sky's team unleashed all their accumulated passion and momentum, and they had the strong confidence to cut through everything. Their opponent was Devil, who had defeated Tomahawk and entered the finals. Devil was the second most popular team after Dynasty. They were like the final boss, the last obstacle between China and the World Championship. Tens of millions of players in the 9 regions watched the finals together, and the final celebration was unprecedented. Even Han Xiao put down what he was doing and watched the finals with all the players. Looking at the intense battle between the two teams, his heart pumped hot blood, and it flowed through his veins. His emotions fluctuated according to the situation of the competition. For a moment, it was as if he had returned to the time when he was cheering for the Chinese teams and had to leave in disappointment. The final score was 3-2. The last contestant from the Devil realm fell on the arena. Devil had fallen. Long Sky was still standing. The final victory belonged to Long Sky, to the Chinese team's world champion. At this moment, the Chinese players were extremely excited. Chapter 641. Over the past few days, the forums had become a sea of joy, and the Chinese players were venting their excitement. After Long Sky won the championship, Dynasty defeated Tomahawk and won the honor of being third place. Among the top 8, the Chinese teams took 3 spots. They even won the championship and third place at the same time. This proud record made countless people proud. Long Sky received the most praise. Hao Tian proved himself and welcomed a wave of fans. Sleepy Winter and Twinkle Fried Rice also became famous. Even the fans of Dynasty were happy from the bottom of their hearts. There were also people who felt pity for Dynasty. If they had not met Rivervale and Long Sky, they might have been able to win the championship in second place. They felt that Dynasty had lost because of luck. Countless players were full of praises for their own teams. Throughout the entire competition, they discovered a phenomenon. Facing foreign opponents in the finals, the Chinese teams did not lose at all. Thus, some people were not satisfied with the usual praise and found a new way to brag. The only ones who could defeat us are China themselves. Han Xiao did not pay attention to the awards ceremony and the analysis of the various programs. Seeing that Long Sky had won the championship, he had a rough idea of what the future would be like. The Chinese teams had achieved amazing results in this season, and the impact was far-reaching. He understood the mentality of his compatriots. No matter what competition it was, as long as they won the championship, they would definitely attract the curiosity of many people. This would lead to many more Chinese players appearing in the next version, and the number of new players would definitely far exceed in his previous life. Furthermore, the Shattered Star Ring region that won the championship was the base of the Chinese clubs. Most of the new Chinese players would also choose to be born on the Novice planet in the Shattered Star Ring. This batch of new players will be the new blood of the Black Star Corps in the next version. The number of players was still far from the peak, and the results of the Chinese teams were linked to his glory. A good result would be able to attract many new players to the Black Star Corps and expand the scale of the high-quality leagues. In this season's Pro League, the Chinese teams used all kinds of Black Star machinery, and it had become common. It was like advertising for Han Zhao's army. Just like how the American teams chose Planet Winterfrost to show the advantage of the demon race, many players felt that the demons were strong. The performance of the Chinese teams made many people feel that the Black Star Corps was strong. The machinery that the Chinese teams used allowed Han Xiao to gain a lot of attention in the Pro League. The second Galaxy Pro League came to an end, and the excitement was still lingering. However, most of the players finally shifted their attention to other problems after they were done celebrating. The end of the Pro League meant that version 2.0 was about to be updated. Guessing the plot of the next version became a hot topic on the forums. In the Shattered Star Ring, Port Bun's video was once again brought up. It was the conversation between Han Xiao and Madblade, revealing a video related to the Red Empire in the next version, which caused a lot of discussion among the players. The three universal civilizations are so powerful. What is the purpose of the Red Empire in the Shattered Star Ring? Who knows? Anyway, in the next version, we will definitely go deeper into the struggle of forces in the universe. Maybe it will be like the start of version 2.0. The moment we go online, we will face a huge disaster. I guess the Red Empire is the boss. I don't care about the plot. I'm just curious about what will happen to our Black Star Corps. In the previous version update, Black Star became the faction that led us into the universe. I wonder what changes will happen to the Black Star Corps after this update. It can't possibly disappear. We have worked so hard to accumulate so many faction contribution points. If the Black Star Corps is gone, wouldn't all our efforts be for nothing? Because there were a few precedents, many players were curious about what the Black Star Corps would be like in version 3.0. The Black Star Corps was basically the main faction of the Chinese players, and it was one of the factors that allowed the Chinese teams to achieve excellent results. Therefore, this question received a lot of attention. Han Xiao also paid attention to the developments on the forums, but he could not give a clear answer to this question. The version update is coming. This time, the interval is 10 years. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. Under the turbulence of the Crimson Tide, these 10 years would be very difficult. Clint's secret war and the third round of the Prey mission were all sources of danger. In his previous life, when the third version started, the secret war between Clint and Purple Crystal was at its climax. That was the entry point of the player's storyline. This meant that the secret war between the two sides might last for the entire version update period. The Black Star Corps would spend the next 10 years in war. Danger and opportunity coexisted. 10 years later, when the players returned, he did not know how far the Black Star Corps would have developed. In the next version, there would be many alliances that would become potential competitors for the players. In version 3.0, the Black Star Corps would not have the halo of a guiding faction. Han Xiao had been thinking about how to make use of the next 10 years to increase the attractiveness of the Black Star Corps. In this regard, the Black Star Corps already had a natural advantage. The players had invested a lot of time and effort into the Black Star Corps. With such a huge sunk cost, the players would not easily change factions. As long as he did well during the version update period, he would be able to retain the old players. The real target was the new players that came in version 3.0. Other than the influence of winning the championship, the Black Star Corps had to keep up with the alliances in terms of resources. The capital to survive the next 10 years would be the wealth that the players had built in version 2.0 and the profits that he had harvested from the players. This was all that he had to survive the next 10 years. The Pro League was the last chance for him to harvest leaks on a large scale in version 2.0. At the end of the version, if not for the competition, the players would save their wealth and wait for the next version. As long as he could last until version 3.0, the strength of the Black Star Corps would skyrocket. After all, the players in version 3.0 would have a qualitative change, and they would be able to reach Grade B. The difference between 1,000,000 Grade B supers and 1,000,000 Grade C supers was like heaven and earth. Beep beep. This time, his communicator suddenly vibrated. "You have a new message." Han Xiao took out his communicator. It was a message from Ralph, asking him to go to the mother planet of the Amethyst civilization. Section 0 had already confirmed all the organizations that were cooperating with them. They had gathered the leaders of each faction and announced the establishment of Section 0. This organization has finally been established. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. On the mother planet of the Amethyst civilization, Section 0's headquarters, Scimitar Garrison Satellite. The Blacklight Stealth was docked at the spaceport. Han Xiao stepped onto the platform and followed Foreign Affairs emissary Dottle, who had come to lead the way. They entered the Garrison Satellite, passed through many winding corridors, and arrived at the hall. At this time, more than 200 famous people in the Colton Star Cluster were gathered there. The moment Han Xiao walked in, all of them turned around and looked at him with various expressions. Before Section 0 was officially established, most of the people present did not know the identities of the other members. Black Star's incident a few months ago had caused quite a stir, and many of them had already guessed that Black Star had joined Section 0 long ago. Thus, not many of them were surprised. Black Star is not bad. He's a reliable comrade. Many of them had the same thought, and they all nodded at Han Xiao. Han Xiao saw some familiar faces in the crowd, such as Jane, the chest-haired monster, and Gadeli, who had fought side by side with him, as well as some of the organizations that had followed him to eliminate Albert and the others. Among them, the ones with the largest forces were the leader of the Arc-Light organization in the Saferly star system, the leader of the Hero Group in the Skywalker star system, and the commander of the New Phylan Army in the Rain star system. Other than them, there were many organizations that were larger than Han Zhao's. His Black Star Corps was ranked in the upper echelon. Ralph stood in front of everyone with a solemn expression and a formal tone. "Everyone is here. As you all know, the purpose of Section 0's establishment is to protect the Colton Star Cluster and defend against the invasion of the Klent Kingdom. The enemy you are about to face is the Tyrant's Bloodshed Land. Due to reasons that everyone knows, neither we nor Klent can use the official army. The safety of the Colton Star Cluster will depend on you all. We will give you all the resources we can. Everyone present is an expert of the Colton Star Cluster and the leaders of private organizations. You will be each other's important allies. Work together, fight side by side, and defend against the invasion of the Bloodshed Land. I hereby announce that from now on, Section 0 is officially established. A new faction, Section 0, has been activated. Favorability 1 500/3000 current relationship. Friendly. In the hall of Black Starbase number 1, many players were gathered. Today was the day of the version update, and it would begin in about an hour. Many players gathered in different bases before going offline. The players all had experience and knew that the best choice before the update was to gather at the stronghold. Base number 1 had the most people, because Long Sky, Dynasty, and Rivervale had all chosen to go offline there. Many players came excitedly to meet the players who had earned so much. After dealing with the passionate fans, Hao Tian greeted Wang Ho Jiang and Frenzied Sword. "I'm going offline." King Admiral laughed and said, "Little Hao, let's have a meal together in a few days." Invite fried eggplants with fish and the others as well. Sure. How Tion nodded. Ligu, who was at the side, heard that and squeezed over. Hey, what about me? If you're shameless, we welcome you to come uninvited. Second prince curled his lips. Ligu said righteously. Then it settled. Be there or be square. Mad Blade stared at him from the side. He remembered that Ligu used to be very arrogant. How did he become like this? There would be no harm if there was no comparison. Long Sky had won the championship and made it to the top 4. Dynasty had won second and third, and Temple of God had not achieved anything for 2 consecutive seasons. Ligu did not have the confidence to be arrogant anymore. He did not want Temple of God to be a bystander, so he could only choose to lower his face and join his peers. At the very least, he could ride on the popularity of the championship. How Tion suddenly thought of his little brother and called out to Mad Blade. All right, Knife, bring your team over for a meal too. It's my treat. Mad Blade was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. He had always wanted to become a top God-tier player. At this moment, he personally felt that he was already half a step into the circle of How Tion and the others. Twinkle Fried Rice's eyes lit up. Since so many people are coming, why don't we have a big gathering? Invite Thunderstorm, Fanatics, Nine Gates, and all the other teams over. Let's have fun together for a few days. Ligu heard that and immediately agreed. All the strong teams gathering for a meal would definitely be big news. He would be able to ride on the popularity of the event. How Tion thought about it and said, all right, we haven't celebrated enough after winning the championship anyway. Let's have some fun during the break. Everyone laughed and chatted for a while before going offline one after another. The surrounding players also turned into white light and disappeared one by one. Very soon, the base hall became empty. At the same time, Han Xiao, who was rushing back, saw a notification pop up on the interface. Version 2.0 update activated, saving data, saving complete. Player forums closed. Update time unknown. Please wait patiently. It's starting. Inside the cockpit of the Blacklight Stealth, Han Xiao pursed his lips and revealed a melancholy expression. 10 years. A spaceship left the desolate universe belt, and the stars in the sky were reflected on the porthole. Stephanie looked at the bright sea of stars in front of her, and a cynical smile appeared on her face. Chapter 642. Millions of players disappeared, and the size of the Black Star Core has shrunk. I need to make a new plan. Inside the cockpit of the Blacklight Stealth, Han Xiao cleared his mind and started to think about the important matters. His physical age was not even 30 years old yet. When version 3.0 started, he would be almost 40 years old. Han Xiao was not worried about his lifespan. He was a grade A super and a void species after all. Plus, he had been injected with the lifespan potion before, so it would be easy for him to live for 200 to 300 years. 10 years later, he would still look young and handsome. Han Xiao came up with a simple plan for how the Black Star Core should develop in the next 10 years. First, I have to focus on accumulating strength. Without the bonus period that comes with the players, I have to work steadily in the next 10 years and convert all the benefits that the players brought in version 2.0. Han Xiao pondered. The assets that he had accumulated in version 2.0 included 20 to 30 bases in the Garten Star system, almost 2,000 battleships, more than 170 million anas, and the huge reputation that the players had brought to the Black Star Core. These were all intangible assets. NPC mercenaries were not like players. Recruiting freelance mercenaries was one way, but more importantly, he had to train new blood himself. He decided to increase the investment in the training camp. Only then would he be able to obtain an endless source of soldiers and save on costs. Other than the low-level soldiers, the upper echelons also needed to be trained. With the current level of the Black Star Core, grade BS were not rare anymore. They could only be considered mid-level combatants. What they lacked were grade A combatants. Currently, he only had Logi and himself. Keep trying to recruit grade A supers from outside and train people with potential, such as Haluz, Fu Ding, Reynold, and the others. I wonder how many more grade A combatants will appear in the next 10 years. Han Xiao stroked his chin and pondered. In his previous life, Sylvia had already become a grade A super in version 3.0. The next 10 years should be a period of rapid growth for Sylvia. He needed to supervise her more so that she could turn from an incompetent secretary to a capable helper as soon as possible. However, accumulating strength did not mean keeping a low profile. The secret war started by Clint was the biggest external conflict, and there were risks and opportunities. Of course, Han Xiao would not stay out of it. In order to obtain cutting-edge knowledge, Han Xiao had joined Section 0 and farmed Purple Crystal's faction connections. This was one of the most reliable methods. Cutting-edge knowledge was indispensable, and even if it was not a class advancement requirement, Han Xiao still needed it. At the same time, this was also a method of killing two birds with one stone. As long as they obtained great contributions in the Secret War, they would have the qualifications to become a long-term partner of a star cluster civilization, just like the Bloodshed Land. This would push the transformation of the army and allow the Black Star Corps to advance further in the Colton Star Cluster. With the assets accumulated by version 2.0 and Purple Crystal support for Section 0, they could recruit more people and accumulate more strength. If he wanted to obtain more resources, he would have to obtain a higher position in Section 0 and make more contributions. First-tier organizations like the Arclight Organization, the Hero Group, and the New Phylan Revolutionary Army were both reliable comrades and competitors. They were large in scale and had a larger share of resources. If Han Xiao wanted to obtain more resources, he would have to achieve better results than them. The battle hasn't officially started yet, so there's still time to prepare. There's no need to rush. Han Xiao thought to himself, other than the development of my organization, I also need to increase my strength. The EXP I've accumulated on the interface is enough for me to reach level 200 easily. Organizations were external aids, and personal strength was the core. Only with a bigger fist would one be able to control others. 10 years was enough for Han Xiao to convert all the experience accumulated on the interface into combat strength. As for whether he could reach beyond grade A, Han Xiaoxin had no idea. He did not know how many levels he needed to reach beyond grade A. Based on the gap between grade B and grade A, as well as the gradually increasing gap between the two grades, Han Xiao estimated that the threshold for beyond grade A would be around level 240. The experience accumulated might not allow him to reach beyond grade A, but reaching grade A+ was a certainty. He would then look for some powerful skills and talents to combine with his existing molding talents. It should be very possible for him to defeat most grade A supers. I am currently at level 170, and the class advancement mission is stuck. If I want to obtain cutting-edge knowledge and complete the class advancement, I will have to start from Purple Crystal and increase my favorability to Reverence. After deciding on the development plan, Han Xiao returned to the base and immediately issued a large number of orders. First, he reduced the scope of the Black Star Corps. Without millions of high-quality workers, Han Xiao reduced the frequency at which the Black Star Corps accepted employment. At the same time, Han Xiao took out a large amount of funds to purchase various materials and spare parts for the military factories in the various bases to build small spaceships. The logistics department led by Reynolds was much larger than before, and they could build spaceships on their own. Although they could only build small assault spaceships, they still saved a lot of costs. Expanding the fleet was one of the preparations before the war. Another wave of funds was used to recruit external forces. Currently, the Black Star Corps had more than 100,000 official mercenaries, and Han Xiao planned to increase this number by 40 to 50%. Money was not a problem. The disappearance of millions of players was also noticed by the other Black Star mercenaries, and they were confused. However, Han Xiao did not explain to them. Even if they had 1,000 guesses, they would only be guesses. They could not change the situation. Some of the upper echelons who knew about the uniqueness of the Inhumans were surprised, but they were not too shocked. They were already used to the uniqueness of the players, especially the fact that they could not die. They were only worried about the situation of the Black Star Corps after the disappearance of the Inhumans. Han Shao gathered all the upper echelons for this. In the room, the upper echelons arrived one after another. From Haluz, who had joined first, to Lagi, who had joined recently. Han Shao went straight to the point. The Inhumans have disappeared again, and we don't know when they will appear again. This is not the first time, and the invasion of Clint might happen in the near future. Next, we will be hired by the Amethyst civilization to participate in the battle as members of Section 0. All of you need to prepare yourselves. Everyone had different expressions on their faces as they nodded. Lagi, you're the only Calamity Grade super other than me. If the battle becomes tense, we might have to split up, Han Shao said. It's war again. I have a feeling that I will really be sacrificed this time. Lagi's face was bitter. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. Fine, your act of betrayal has reduced your death rate by at least 50%. This time, Reynolds suddenly interjected. Your Excellency Black Star, he is not the only Calamity Grade super. Everyone turned to look at Leonard when they heard that. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled, and he stared at Reynolds. Could it be that you? Reynolds nodded, and a rare smile appeared on his meticulous face. Just a few days ago, I successfully stepped into the threshold of the Calamity Grade. I'm already a Grade A super. This is all thanks to your selfless teachings. Han Shao was overjoyed. Reynolds had also become a Grade A super. Including himself and Lagi, the Black Star Corps had 3 Calamity Grade supers, which exceeded many of the members of Section 0. Good news. Reynolds had joined him a few years ago, and after learning for so long, he had finally advanced. Although Han Shao was shocked, he was not surprised. He had long known that with Reynolds' talent, it was only a matter of time before he became a Calamity Grade super. At the critical moment when the secret war was about to break out, he had gained another powerful general under his command. It was simply too timely. Haluz could not help but feel a little disappointed. He had been the first to follow Han Shao, but his position was constantly being surpassed by the newcomers. However, there was nothing he could do as he was not strong enough. Becoming a Grade A super was not something that could be done overnight. He had not even touched the threshold of Grade A yet. After the Sunil incident, Haluz had sworn to follow Han Shao with his life. He was only frustrated that he had not been able to help Han Shao more. Everyone had different emotions. The 3 Volga brothers were as lazy as usual. Fu Ding smiled without saying a word. Sylvia clenched her fists, and Erosia was in a daze. Han Zhao's gaze landed on Erosia. Her reboot mission was still in the second round. He had found most of the locations shown in the memory fragments of the players and occasionally took time to bring Erosia around. They were only one location away from completing the second round of the mission. However, the final location was too remote, so Han Shao did not bring her there to complete the second round. He was not in a hurry to complete this mission. This was because Rista had already revealed that the final goal of the reboot mission was to deal with the Mecha Empire Manison. Han Shao knew that he would not be able to do it in a short period of time, so he was not that enthusiastic about this mission. He did not want to fight a beyond Grade A super, let alone a member of the Ancient Ones. Not only the Black Star Corps, but all the members of Section 0 were also preparing for the war and recruiting people. More than 10 days later, a shocking piece of news swept through the entire Shattered Star Ring and shook the entire star field. Bloodshed Land had invaded the Colton Star Cluster from the Desolate Universe. This meant that the secret war between Clint and Purple Crystal that had been brewing for a long time had officially begun. This was like a fuse, and the chaos brought about by the Crimson Tide finally erupted. The friction between the 7-star cluster civilizations and the Shattered Star Ring had escalated to the point of fighting. Many large organizations and secret organizations in the Shattered Star Ring started to fight in various parts of the star field. The Shattered Star Ring was extremely chaotic. In the past 100 years, the most dangerous era had arrived. All the members of Section 0 received a notification from Purple Crystal to head to the battlefield. You have triggered the S-Rank Faction War Mission, Secret War, Section 0. Mission Introduction. The Clent Kingdom has invaded the territory of the Amethyst civilization. You have chosen to stand on the side of the Amethyst civilization. Mission requirements. As a member of Section 0, listen to orders and defeat all enemies that have invaded the territory of the Colton Star Cluster. After the mission is completed, different rewards will be given according to the mission rating. Remarks. This is a strategic mission. There are 3 ways to increase the mission rating. 1. Complete a separately issued tactical mission. 2. Kill or capture the troops of the opposing faction. 3. Complete this mission successfully. This is one of the main storyline missions in version 3.0. As expected, I will trigger this mission during the version update. Han Xiao had expected this. This was an S-rank main storyline mission. The players could choose either Clint or Purple Crystal. Since he had already joined Section 0, he had chosen Purple Crystal by default. In his previous life, at the start of version 3.0, the Secret War had reached its climax. Only then had the players returned and chosen their factions to participate in the war. This was an S-rank main storyline mission, and the introductions were rather simple. No matter which side won the war, the players on the losing side would still receive the mission reward. The only difference was the mission rating. After the players had experimented, there were a few ways to lower the mission rating. The first was to disobey the orders of the faction. The second was to betray the faction. The third was to lose the war and fail to protect or invade the territory before the universal civilizations intervened. I triggered this mission at the start of the war, 10 years earlier than the players. Han Xiao raised his brows. This meant that the duration of this mission would be very long for him. The secret battlefield would last for the entire version update period, and it would take at least 10 years for the mission to be completed. On the other hand, this also meant that he had more time than the players to increase the mission rating. I'm afraid I'll have to spend the next 10 years fighting. I've been idle for 2 to 3 years. I've rested enough. This was different from those short-term mercenary missions. This was a long-term, large-scale war. Han Xiao stood up, put on his coat, and walked out of the door. Chapter 643. The Soul Cluster controlled by Clint and the Colton Star Cluster controlled by Purple Crystal were separated by a desolate universe belt. Ever since the conflict broke out, the teleportation stargates of both parties had been temporarily closed, and they could only sneak in through the desolate universe belt. An enormous Bloodshed Land fleet passed through the desolate universe belt and entered the West Wind Star System at the border of the Colton Star System. This was a vanguard army that mainly focused on probing. There were 15 expeditional-level main ships, thousands of frigates, assault ships, and special battleships. There were more than 10,000 battleships. There were 26 Calamity-grade supers, including the 8 Vanguard officials under the Tyrant. The long-range commander was the head of the Bloodshed Land's General Staff, Jode. He was also a grade, a super, and an old subordinate of the Tyrant. According to the intelligence, Purple Crystal has already sent troops to intercept the Vanguard army. Your main mission is to occupy the uninhabited planets and use the War Fortress expansion package provided by the Red Empire to build a base. This is a secret war that the government cannot interfere in. The West Wind Star System will not send troops to stop you from building a fortress on the uninhabited planets. They will not and will not dare to. At this time, the General Staff was having a long-range meeting. The commanders of the various fleets and the 7 Vanguard officials of the Vanguard Army were all listening to Jode's instructions. Only the Chief Vanguard official was not present. Everyone was not surprised. Under the long-range command of the General Staff, the Vanguard official only needed to listen to orders and fight. The Chief Vanguard official had a special identity, and his strength was respected. Compared to having a meeting, he was more willing to stay in the training room. Jode analyzed the strategy for a while before continuing. Not all the star system civilizations in the various star systems of the Colton Star System are vassals of the Amethyst civilization. Some star system civilizations do not mind who controls the star cluster. They will remain neutral and will not obstruct us. If not necessary, do not start a conflict with the local civilizations. Let them understand Clint's intentions and befriend them. With the restrictions of the peace treaty, all star cluster civilizations had protective talismans. Clint's goal was not to destroy Purple Crystal, but to expand their territory. They wanted to snatch the territory of a few star systems from Colton. Using the Bloodshed Land as a substitute meant that there would be a layer of proxy. They would not start a war between civilizations and limit the conflict to a secret war. As long as the Bloodshed Land could gain a foothold in a few star systems, Clint would be able to spread their influence through the Bloodshed Land and weaken Purple Crystal's control in those areas. They would slowly erode Purple Crystal's control in those areas, making Purple Crystal, the nominal ruler of the star cluster, only exist in name in those areas. This was not in conflict with a star system civilization. The Bloodshed Land would not take over the jurisdiction of a star system civilization and would even befriend them. The one that would be harmed would only be the Amethyst civilization. In layman's terms, it was like two gangs fighting over protection fees. Since they had taken over the territory, they naturally had to defend it in order to have a future. The invasion of Bloodshed Land was not like the invasion of Darkstar, where they changed locations after every shot. This also meant that the war would be very intense and last for a very long time. The goal of this vanguard army was to establish a bridgehead in the West Wind Star system and test the counterattack strength of the Amethyst civilization. Everyone nodded. They had long understood the strategic plan and only needed to listen to Jode emphasize it once more. The second vanguard, Jaeger, pondered and said, "There are quite a few members in Section 0. There should be about 1 to 200 calamity grades. This vanguard army will only send 20 or so people. Even if each of us vanguard officials can take on 3 of them, I could take on 5 of them, and the chief can take on 10 of them, we will still be lacking in strength. It's best for the main force to catch up quickly." Joe nodded. Time is tight, and Purple Crystal won't be able to mobilize that many people in such a short time. Furthermore, the enemy is the same as us. The first battle will also be a test and will not send too many people to attack. The vanguard army from the other star systems will also help you hold back Purple Crystal's forces. The West Wind Star system was only one of Bloodshed Land's targets. Bloodshed Land had the ability to expand their battle line. As a condition of the secret war, Clint had helped Bloodshed Land gather more than half of the armed forces in the star cluster. Bloodshed Land's scale had expanded to a whole new level, and they could easily take out more than 100 calamity grades. At this moment, a virtual projection suddenly entered the conference room. Everyone looked over, and the 7 Vanguard officials bowed. "Chief." This person's skin was dark red, and his facial lines were firm. His eyes were sharp, and he had a domineering aura. The corners of his eyes, temples, lips, and chin were covered with dragon scales. He seemed to be a mixed blood dragon, but it was impossible to tell what kind of dragon bloodline he was from his appearance. He wore heavy armor, but it could not hide his muscular body. He was even taller than Malekith. Rother Slot, the chief vanguard official under the tyrant. Just from his name, one could tell that he was a ferocious person. His nicknames were War Dragon and Tyrant's Left Hand. He was Heber's right-hand man. "Do you have a problem with that?" Jode asked with doubt. Rother's was expressionless, but his tone was filled with killing intent. "I don't care about the others, but Black Star has to be mine." His aura was domineering, similar to Heber's. Han Shao was on Purple Crystal's side, and Bloodshed Land had long known that Black Star was an important officer of Floating Dragon. Because of the conflict between them, many people in Bloodshed Land were looking forward to fighting him. Among them, Rother's killing intent was the strongest. In the Tyrant's gathering, Han Shao had defeated Carol and made the Tyrant lose face. Heber did not care about such a small matter, but Rother's worship of the Tyrant was almost fanatical. He could not tolerate anyone damaging the Tyrant's reputation. Heber did not pursue the matter, but Rother's was not going to let it go. Black Star had long been on his kill list, and this secret war was a good opportunity. Of course, Rother's would not act on his own accord for the sake of Black Star. "As long as Black Star is in my hands, I will kill him on the spot." Foster's tone was filled with iron and blood. His voice was sonorous and powerful, and his heart was resolute. daring to make a move in Bloodshed Land's headquarters, and even winning against one of their officers, courting death. Magician Austin floated in the palace of the hidden Red Robe Abbey, explaining the understanding of magic to the group of forbidden sorcerers under him. The star field was in chaos, but he was living a very leisurely life. Anyway, he remained neutral, and no one dared to provoke him. After talking for a while, Austin suddenly stopped and looked at the starry sky outside the palace. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the endless galaxy. At that moment, Austin subconsciously went into a daze. The Colton star cluster and Black Star's figure appeared in his mind. Great mages like him who had mastered secret techniques would always have inexplicable instincts, most of which had a meaning behind them. Colton, Clint, and Purple Crystal are fighting. It has nothing to do with me, so why will my instincts be triggered? Austin was a little confused and mumbled to himself. He was not interested in the secret war between the two star cluster civilizations. The way he saw it, the two sides were not just fighting for territory, but also had a deeper reason to weaken the private armed forces within their borders. Although Clint and Purple Crystal were enemies, they should have a tacit understanding on this point. Therefore, Austin had always been unwilling to work with any star cluster civilization. My instincts should have nothing to do with the war. Then, the reason should be Black Star. Austin chanted a few spells and used a secret technique. Light flashed, and he divined for a while. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his round little face. I see. He has my forbidden sorcerers under him. After thinking for a while, Austin pointed at a few forbidden sorcerers present. Bring them back. If Black Star tries to stop you, just say that it's my idea. He will give me face. The few forbidden sorcerers who were pointed out nodded slightly, turned around, and walked out of the palace. Han Shao gathered his men and responded to the emergency mobilization of Section 0. He came to the West Wind Star system and met up with the rest of Section 0's troops. He brought 300 modified battleships, Lagi, Haluz, Aroshia, and more than 10 Grey Bee officers with him. Reynold was in the base, and Sylvia, who was too weak, did not follow. Participating in the war was to farm contribution points and accumulate strength. Han Shao would not risk his life for them. It would be a loss if he used up all the assets that he had accumulated with great difficulty. He had to act within his means. The other Section 0 members also had the same thought. No one would go all out, and they all had their own selfish motives. This was a common problem among allied organizations. Bloodshed Land did not have such concerns. The tyrants will control all the troops. This is the benefit of having a beyond grade A super. Han Shao sighed. When he arrived at the gathering point, there were already many allied troops on standby. There were close to 10,000 battleships, and the Arclight organization had contributed the most with 800 battleships. As the leader of the Black Star Corps, Han Shao was also invited to participate in the pre-war meeting. The commander was an official of Purple Crystal. Purple Crystal also knew the drawbacks of allied organizations, so they had sent people to command the troops to increase efficiency. During the meeting, Han Shao learned about the situation that they were facing. The vanguard of Bloodshed Land had already built a bridgehead on an uninhabited planet in the West Wind Star system and set up all kinds of defensive measures. The goal of this battle was to test the waters and destroy the vanguard's base to expel the enemy. Local battle. Restrain the flanks. Mission introduction. This is the tactical command given to you by your faction. Completed. Mission requirements. Restrain or destroy the enemy's flanks. Remarks. After this battle ends, the mission reward will be given according to the degree of completion. This was a small objective attached to the S-grade main storyline mission. In the different battles of the Secret War, a preliminary tactical target would be given in advance, such as restrain the flanks this time. During the battle, the tactical target would be randomly changed according to the changes in the battlefield, and a new tactical mission would be temporarily given. War was not a matter of one person, and doing one's job well was the most basic requirement. As long as one followed the strategy strictly, even if one lost the local battle, one would still receive a mission reward with a high degree of completion. Completing the tactical mission of the local battle would also increase the rating of the S-grade main storyline mission, Secret War, Section 0. Han Xiao had brought 300 battleships and was not suitable for a frontal attack, so he was sent to cover the flanks. He was not the only one carrying out this mission. There were also a few other allies carrying out the mission to restrain the flanks. After the meeting ended, Han Xiao walked out of the camp. This time, someone called out to him from behind. Turning around, it was the leader of the Arclight organization, this time, Sevet. He was an upper echelon of the Lone Light organization and a grade A super. Black Star, I have a favor to ask of you. Sevet walked over quickly with a kind smile and a respectful tone. Han Xiao had Floating Dragon's background, so everyone was very polite to him. They were all knowledgeable experts and would naturally not become enemies for no reason. Speak. Han Xiao nodded. I know that you're a very powerful virtual mechanic. While you're dealing with the flanks, I hope that you can spare some time to help deal with the Bloodshed Land's frontal forces and reduce the pressure on us. Sevet's words were very sincere. The Arclight organization was in charge of the frontal assault. Sevet had heard of Han Xiao's ability and had come to ask for help. That's not a problem. If the pressure on my side is not great, I'll help you. Han Xiao patted Sevet's shoulder. Okay, thank you. Sevet was overjoyed. After the two of them said goodbye, Han Xiao returned to his own camp and gathered his men. A large-scale battle was extremely dangerous, and no one could guarantee that they would be able to escape unscathed. He told everyone to pay attention to their safety and protect themselves. A day later, the army of Section 0 moved out and headed straight for the Bloodshed Land Vanguard stronghold. Chapter 644. The Black Star Corps' fleet blended in with the Alliance Army's fleet and advanced forward majestically. Countless hyperdrive streams of light streaked across the dark universe like a meteor shower. The frontal forces will attack and break through the defense formation in outer space. Attack the enemy's ground base and cover the troops to attract their firepower. We will be in charge of controlling the flanks and preventing the enemy from changing formations and providing reinforcements. In the cockpit, Han Xiao instructed the various captains in the communication channel. The post structure of the Black Star Corps had already stabilized. The 300 battleships were divided into multiple fleets, and the various officers were in charge of them. Lagi, the mission of charging and breaking through the enemy lines will be handed to you. The other allies will also be controlling the flanks. They have also sent out their own Calamity-grade supers. Your job is to damage the enemy's fleet as much as possible. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to protect yourself. Han Xiao's tone was solemn. In a galactic war, Calamity grades were mainly used for assassination. However, they could also participate in a frontal battle. Powerful individual strength meant high flexibility. If there were no grade A opponents to control them, a powerful Calamity grade would be able to cause significant damage to the fleet and even have the chance to influence the direction of the battle. For example, Shauna's ability was a killing machine in a galactic war. In a galactic battlefield, grade A supers were always a headache for the commanders because the uncertainty was too high. A Calamity grade, with the protection of a fleet, was even more dangerous. However, facing a fleet head-on was still very dangerous for a Calamity grade. If they were not careful, they would be hit by the concentrated firepower of hundreds of battleships. However, Han Xiao was not worried about Lagi. With how cowardly he was, there would definitely be no problem for him to protect himself. Lagi sighed and did not wish to speak. Dong dong. The cabin shook slightly, and the fleet exited hyperdrive mode. Han Xiao frowned and turned on the radar. A red area appeared in front of him. We're here. The vanguard of the Bloodshed Land is right in front of us. Han Xiao took a deep breath. After 3 years, they were still going to face the Bloodshed Land. In the communication channel, many people held their breaths for a moment. It was no wonder that the members of Section 0 were nervous. The Bloodshed Land was extremely famous, and no one dared to underestimate the tyrant. Through the long-range vision, Han Xiao discovered that the Bloodshed Land's fleet had gathered in outer space, forming a formation with the flagship as the core. Warning! Warning! A high-energy reaction has been detected. Please take cover in advance, At this time, Han Xiao received Philip's warning. He called out and led his fleet to hide. The next moment, the Bloodshed Land's fleet suddenly lit up with countless light spots. Then, countless high-energy particle cannons instantly approached the Alliance army, brushing past the shields of spaceships and disappearing into the distance. A few spaceships that did not manage to dodge in time were hit, and their shields flickered. How decisive, opening fire as soon as they meet. Han Zhao's eyes narrowed. Ding! At this time, Philip raised his voice. Tactical orders have been received. Do you wish to execute them immediately? On the virtual screen, the formations of the two fleets had been visualized. The situation was clear at a glance. The tactical movements of their own fleets were marked out. There were feints, sudden assaults, traps, and so on. The division of labor was clear. Han Zhao's unit was also given a tactical target by the long-range commander. The enemy fleet that needed to be restrained had been marked in red. This was the mission target. On the top left of the screen, various tactical parameters and timings were listed. The commander at the rear would adjust his tactics according to the situation and issue new orders. This method of command allowed each team to perform their own duties and not cause chaos. Han Xiao looked at the tactical target, and seeing that there was no problem, he nodded. Execute it immediately. The Black Star Corps fleet immediately followed the troops and circled around, charging toward the mission target from the side. At the same time, the entire Section 0 Alliance army also moved. They spread out and attacked the Bloodshed Land stronghold from all directions. Because the Alliance army was basically a sheet of loose sand, in order to prevent the members from fighting alone, the commander had split the Alliance army into more than 10 teams. Han Zhao's fleet was a member of Team 7, and their main mission was to restrain the flanks. The war broke out. The Section 0 Alliance army approached the fortress planet from all directions. Both sides fired their cannons at each other, and spaceships shuttled through the densely packed particle cannons, exploding into fireworks from time to time. As the Alliance army attacked from multiple fronts, the Bloodshed Land also changed their formation to protect every direction. Both sides went all out as soon as they exchanged blows. Team 7 charged through the cannon fire, and the pressure on them increased with every distance they advanced. Bang! 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 The Bloodshed Land's vanguard had already used the Red Empire's base expansion package to modify the fortress planet. There was already a large base on the surface, and the anti-air cannons shot out missiles one after another into outer space. The firepower was ferocious, and it almost hit Han Zhao's fleet. A large-scale battlefield is really dangerous. Han Xiao had already switched to manual piloting, and he was highly focused. With a thrilling maneuver, he barely dodged the dozen or so cannons that were fired at him. In such a huge battlefield, he did not dare be too reckless and followed the movements of the main force, flying up and down like a butterfly, nimbly dodging the attacks. Looking at the tactical screen, Han Xiao saw that the frontal assault force had already engaged in close combat with the Bloodshed Land. He looked out the window and saw that the entire outer space had already turned into an intense battlefield. The background was the pitch-black universe and the edge of the fortress planet. Battleships were fighting each other, and the light of various weapons was extremely dazzling. The battlefield was too vast, and even if one looked into the distance, they would not be able to see the overall situation. They could only understand the overall situation of the war from the tactical screen. The attacks of the Alliance army had diverted the enemy's firepower, which indirectly helped Han Zhao's Team 7 to get closer to the enemy, find their target, and quickly engage them. Han Zhao's location instantly became a new battlefield. As soon as the battle started, Han Xiao felt immense pressure. This fleet had an extreme-level flagship as the core, and it seemed like they were going to support the front line. Team 7 tried to harass them, but was immediately met with a fierce counterattack. Team 7 had thousands of battleships, and among them were 300 of Han Zhao's battleships. The number of casualties rose rapidly. Not easy to deal with. Han Xiao clenched his teeth. Even if purple crystal would compensate him, he could not help but feel heartache for the battleships that had exploded one after another. These were the stocks that he had accumulated with great difficulty. Han Shao used virtual intrusion and immediately met with resistance. The Bloodshed Land fleet also had a virtual mechanic to protect the control of the fleet and invade the spaceships of the Alliance army. With no other choice, Han Shao engaged the enemy's virtual mechanic, attacking and defending at the same time. Both sides engaged in a tug-of-war. At the same time, in the command room of the Fortress planet, two grade of virtual mechanics were intercepted by Han Shao in the virtual world, and their expressions changed. The enemy's virtual mechanic has also made his move. This fellow's virtual technology is very strong. His invasion speed is too fast. Thankfully, we can barely defend the internal firewall. Did you manage to trace him? I've locked onto his location. I see him. So he's Black Star. No wonder he's so strong. Cooperate with my counterattack and snatch his spaceship. The two of them had a tacit understanding and locked onto Han Shao, quickly invading the Blacklight stealth. In a virtual world, the torrent of data controlled by the two of them found the intelligence core of the Blacklight stealth. Just as they were about to attack, a glowing figure suddenly appeared. It was Rista. Two torrents of data collided, and Rista stretched out his hand to pull them apart. The attacks of the two of them were instantly disrupted, and the torrent of data turned into light fragments, becoming meaningless data that was quickly shattered. Seeing this, the two of them were shocked. This intelligence core's level is so high. There's no way to break through it. *T, we can't get rid of him. The two of them had completed a round of exchanges. Han Shao had a slight advantage, but his expression became grave. He had long expected that Bloodshed Land would send out virtual mechanics, and they would not leave such an obvious weakness behind. However, the enemy had sent out two grade of virtual mechanics, which made Han Shao feel pressured. If he was not here, the enemy would be able to do whatever they wanted. At this moment, the two of them were restraining each other. Although he could not use virtual intrusion to open up the battlefield, neither could the enemy. At this moment, the two of them finally engaged in close combat, and a boarding battle broke out. Team 7 and the enemy fleet used charge cabins to allow their supers to board the enemy spaceship. Han Shao pulled out the surveillance video. The spaceship that was boarded was almost a one-sided massacre. The elite troops of Bloodshed Land, the 1,000 B soldiers, were extremely powerful. My spaceship has been boarded. At this moment, Halu's anxious voice sounded in the communication channel. Han Shao hurriedly looked over and saw 3 charge cabins biting onto Halu's spaceship. Halu's was leading the troops on the spaceship to block the 1,000 B soldiers that had boarded. They were in a stalemate. At this moment, Logi's spaceship passed by and quickly provided support, easily killing a group of enemies and resolving Halu's dangerous situation. Han Shao was energized and found a breakthrough point in the chaotic battle. Attention, all of you, cover the Calamity Grade team. Let them try to board the enemy's main ship. In this part of the battlefield, the enemy's core was this main ship. Compared to the enemy, Team 7 only had an advantage in the number of Calamity Grades, so it was more cost-effective to carry out a decapitation operation. Although the tactical goal was to restrain this fleet, the commander only gave them the target, and the specific actions could be changed according to the situation. Destroying the enemy's main ship was more useful than simply restraining them. If they obtained additional results, the rewards for the tactical mission would be greater. Including Logi, the Calamity Grade Assault team of Team 7 had a total of 4 people. Han Shao was not among them. After the order was given, Team 7 immediately changed their formation and began to cover the Calamity Grade Assault team. They shuttled through the cannon fire and quickly approached the enemy's main ship. The enemy had also discovered the tactical goal of Han Shao and the others. They chased after and blocked them, covering the main ship as it left. Although the distance between the two sides was shrinking, the speed was too slow. The battlefield was moving instead, gradually approaching the more intense main battlefield. Han Xiao saw that it would take forever to chase them. He shouted, "Calamity Grade Team, board my giant soldier. I'll bring you there." The next moment, Han Xiao ejected from the spaceship, summoned the ship destroyer, and sat in the cockpit. Lagi and the others entered the giant soldier. "Sit tight." Han Xiao controlled the ship destroyer, and all of its power flowed into the thrusters as it charged toward the enemy's main ship at high speed. The giant soldier's mobility and agility were higher. Han Xiao's piloting skills were extremely high, and he dove deep into the enemy's formation, attracting a large amount of firepower. However, most of the attacks brushed past him. Not only did they not hit him, but they also almost hit his comrades. The distance between them was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was taboo for an army to enter deep into enemy territory alone. However, Han Xiao was a calamity-grade super, and so were Lagi and the others. They became a sharp blade with extremely strong deterrence, and the enemy had no choice but to divert their attention to deal with them. Team 7 took the opportunity to counterattack, completely restraining this fleet. The ship destroyer finally got close to the main ship. It activated the shield neutralizer and opened the hatch. Lagi and the others successfully blasted open the outer armor of the main ship and broke in. There was only one calamity-grade super inside, and he was quickly beaten to death by the four of them. Han Xiao did not stay idle. He controlled the giant soldier to slash open the main ship, and more than 20 frigates around it were also slashed open by him. Not long after, the main ship could not take the burden and exploded. Lagi and the others had already retreated. They rode on Han Xiao's giant soldier and broke out of the encirclement together, killing their way through the enemy formation. After successfully destroying the main ship, Han Xiao was not without losses. The ship destroyer had almost fallen apart, and its armor value had almost hit rock bottom. If not for the 7th Squad providing support, the ship destroyer would have been destroyed by the enemy's concentrated fire. However, this small loss turned the tide of the battle. Under the pursuit of the 7th Squadron, the enemy fleet began to retreat. Han Xiao was just about to follow up with another attack when he suddenly received a new tactical mission. Local battle, retreat, mission requirements, evacuate immediately and preserve as many survivors as possible. Why did they suddenly retreat? Han Xiao was shocked. He looked at the tactical screen, and his pupils shrank. He saw that in all the battles, only his own battle line had gained the upper hand. The situation on the battlefield worsened rapidly. The majority of Section Zero's troops were penetrated by bloodshed land, and more than 2,000 battleships were destroyed. Of the 15 calamity-grade supers, 8 were dead and 7 were injured. The 8 vanguard officials of the bloodshed land had all entered the main battlefield. No wonder I didn't meet any of them. Han Xiaoxin's heart sank. Most of his troops had been wiped out. Even if he had the upper hand on the battlefield, it was useless. Section 0 had lost the first battle with bloodshed land. On the main battlefield, inside the burning main ship of the Arclight organization, corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Pucci, Hunting Blade, pulled out his blade, and Sevit's body fell down heavily. There was a huge hole in his torso, and almost all of his internal organs had been dug out. His blood had almost dried up, and he couldn't be more dead. This should be the last one. This ship is about to explode. Let's quickly retreat. Jaeger wiped his saber and spoke to Rothers through the communication device of his armor. Rothers was looking at the battlefield through the hole. The terrifying suction force of the vacuum did not cause his body to move at all. Black Star is not on the main battlefield. He's lucky. Chapter 645. Our casualties are so heavy. Only after retreating far away from the Bloodshed Land's fortress planet did Han Xiao find out the number of casualties on the main battlefield. After Bloodshed Land defeated the main forces of the Alliance Army, they returned to the bridgehead and chased after the defeated Section 0 troops for a while. Han Xiao had the advantage on the battlefield, and he easily retreated with his men. The enemy did not give chase. Han Xiao had obtained a small victory, but it was a pity that this small advantage could not change the outcome of the battle. Although they had lost the battle, Han Zhao's tactical mission had been completed. He was rewarded with millions of experience and more than 200 contribution points to Section 0 and the Amethyst civilization. The defeated Alliance army stopped on an uninhabited planet to rest and reorganize. The atmosphere was gloomy, and the various allies were counting their casualties with gloomy faces. The Grade A supers that had died had basically exploded along with their battleships. The Arc Light organization had lost Sevet, and the surviving members had sorrowful expressions. 2 days ago, Sevet had smiled and asked for his help. Now, not even his corpse was left. Thinking about that, Han Zhao could not help but sigh. He did not disturb them and gathered his officers to count the losses of his fleet. Very soon, the results are out. We only lost 34 battleships, and no high-level combatants died. The situation is still good. Han Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. The Amethyst civilization would compensate the various organizations for their losses and provide them with resources. Otherwise, no one would be willing to cooperate with them. Han Zhao would also be compensated for the battleships he had lost. At the same time, he would be rewarded for his victory. I just asked around. We are one of the organizations with the least losses among all the members of Section 0. The other allies actually sacrificed a few calamity-grade supers. I did not expect it to be so dangerous, Haluz said with lingering fear. It is indeed a little unexpected. Han Zhao nodded. What he had experienced was the situation that had already taken shape in version 3.0. As for the direction of the Secret War during the version update, he had only seen the background story and did not know the specific details. As for Bloodshed Land's victory, Han Zhao was not surprised. If Purple Crystal could chase Bloodshed Land out, they would not have had a fight until version 3.0. During version 3.0, Bloodshed Land had already built many bases in many star systems and started a tug of war with Section 0. Thus, Han Zhao could guess that Section 0 would definitely be at a disadvantage during the version update. What surprised him was that in the first battle between the two sides, a total of more than 10 A-class powerhouses had died. The intensity of the battle was unbelievably high. If so many people died in every battle, it would not take more than a few months for all the experts in Section 0 to be wiped out. Bloodshed Land would also suffer heavy casualties, and both sides would suffer heavy losses. Beep beep. Han Zhao suddenly received a communication invitation from Ralph. The call connected, and Ralph said in a hoarse voice, "Black Star, how bad is the situation?" After receiving the news of his defeat, Ralph sat on pins and needles. He could not help but contact Han Zhao and ask about the details of this battle. Very bad. Han Zhao told him the truth and emphasized that he had an advantage in local battles. Hearing this, Ralph said worriedly, "This is the only good news I've heard in the past half an hour. However, you alone won't be able to decide the entire battle." Han Zhao shrugged and did not mind. After all, he had obtained the reward for the tactical mission, so he did not lose out. Bloodshed Land's goal is to kill all the A-class supers on our side. They are establishing their dominance, Ralph said. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled, and he instantly understood what Heber was thinking. Bloodshed Land had grasped the weakness of Section 0. They were not of one mind, and this was a common problem for allied organizations. Every single Grade A super was an important combatant of a different organization, and with the 8 Vanguard officials acting together to kill these high-level combatants, the other members of Section 0 would not dare to do anything. None of the collaborators of Section 0 actually cared about whether Purple Crystal managed to defend their territory or not. They did not have a sense of territory like Purple Crystal did. They only participated in the secret war for the sake of benefits and served the Amethyst civilization. Losing the war was not important. The only thing they cared about was whether the benefits could make up for their losses. If they lost a battleship, the Amethyst civilization could compensate them and even reward them with resources from star cluster civilizations. However, if their calamity-grade supers died, there was nothing they could do. The Amethyst civilization could not compensate the members of Section 0 for the loss of their high-level combatants. This was the difference between the scattered Section 0 and the monolithic Bloodshed Land. It was also a weakness that could not be changed. No wonder Bloodshed Land is fighting so fiercely. Han Xiao pondered. He did not care if they won the secret war or not. In his previous life, Purple Crystal had lost. When the Red Empire and the Radiant Federation reached a consensus regarding the flickering world, they would then stop the chaos. Before the two universal civilizations completed the exchange of benefits, no one would care about the secret war between Clint and Purple Crystal. The Red Empire was Clint's backer, and as long as Bloodshed Land was not chased away, the Red Empire would dare to give a portion of Purple Crystal's territory to Clint. This was Clint's strategy and the result of his previous life. Han Xiao did not join Section 0 to help Purple Crystal win the war, but to earn contribution points in exchange for cutting-edge knowledges. If his losses were very small, he would not mind being a bystander and completing his tactical mission step by step, slowly earning reverence. Even if the market collapsed, his stocks would go against the market and rise, and he would still receive more attention. If not many people died, how would he have a chance to rise? Han Zhao's eyes flashed. What a pity. If only the players were still around, he would not have to worry about the casualties. Putting away his thoughts, Han Xiao asked, Bloodshed Land has gained a foothold in the West Windstar system. What do we need to do next? Rest for now and wait for reinforcements to arrive before attacking again, Ralph said with a deep voice. The collaborators of Section 0 were scattered across the various regions of the Colton Star Cluster, and the distance between them varied. The Alliance army that Han Xiao was in was only the first batch and could be considered the vanguard of Section 0. There was still a large army behind them. The defeat of their vanguard did not mean that the entire Section 0 had been defeated. Ralph was worried about the strategy used by Bloodshed Land. The enemy had attacked their high-level combatants, and this was an open scheme that could not be defended against. He was worried that Section 0 would go against the commander in order to reduce their losses. The worst outcome would be the collapse of the organization. Han Xiao pondered for a while before suddenly saying, I have a suggestion. Let me participate in the main battlefield during the next attack. Ralph was stunned. Blackstar knew how dangerous it would be, but he still wanted to participate in the main battlefield? You mean maybe I can hold off the Bloodshed Land's vanguard officials? Han Xiao stroked his chin. Ralph was overjoyed, and he was almost moved to tears. Just a moment ago, the Arclight organization and the other organizations that were participating in the main battlefield had all requested not to take on the task of attacking. They were all terrified and did not dare face the Bloodshed Land's experts. Only Blackstar had taken the initiative to take on this extremely risky task. This is what a reliable collaborator is like. Ralph's eyes were almost filled with tears. Suppressing his excitement, he asked, How many Vanguard officials can you hold off? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. All of them. Ralph's eyes widened, and shock froze on his face. You must be joking, right? You will kill me. Don't be so surprised. I didn't say that I can defeat them. I said that I can hold them off. Han Xiao waved his hands. He had just estimated that his chances of winning against 8 Vanguard officials were lower than Logi's. However, he still had a chance to hold off 8 Grade A Vanguard officials with his tankiness. Aurora's character summon card could still be used a few more times, and it was more than enough to last for one battle. If he could hold off the Vanguard officials, he would be able to reduce the risk of the high-level combatants of the other allies. Furthermore, by displaying such strength, he would be able to gain a wave of reputation and make Purple Crystal pay more attention to him. More importantly, Han Xiao had decided to make a deal. You're not making me take such a huge risk for free. What do you want? Ralph hurriedly asked. Han Xiao raised his brows. I want mechanic cutting-edge knowledge. Okay. Ralph agreed without hesitation. He did not hesitate anymore. Since Blackstar was willing to take the risk of death, as long as he could survive, Purple Crystal would not be stingy with their resources. Han Zhao's expression did not change, but he was secretly excited. Although he could slowly earn contribution points, it would take a lot of time. If he could obtain cutting-edge knowledge in one go, he would not let go of this opportunity. The sooner he completed his class advancement mission, the faster he could break through the level 170 limit and turn the accumulated experience into actual combat strength. Furthermore, holding off the 8 Vanguard officials was already a matter of gaining reputation. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Han Xiao could not help but have a wicked thought. He would rather the Amethyst civilization lose more than win. If the situation was not critical, he would not have such an opportunity to obtain resources quickly. Indeed, only in troubled times can there be opportunities. The ancients were not lying. Han Xiao laughed in his heart. Lagi witnessed the conversation between the two of them and could not help but interrupt. "Do you need me to help you collect your corpse?" Han Xiao was not angry. Instead, he was overjoyed. Lagi had never failed to milk anyone before. "Continue. Don't stop. No wonder you wanted to commit suicide. You've really gone mad." Lagi sighed. It was time to find a new job, organizing the outline of the storyline during the update. The number of words is a little short. Chapter 646. At the same time, the Bloodshed Lands Vanguard Army summarized and digested the results of this battle. "We have repelled the first wave of attacks. All of you have done well and killed quite a number of Calamity-grade supers. Purple Crystal's allies will definitely be wary." Jode praised the results of the Vanguard Army. Jaeger nodded. The enemy also attacked hastily and did not send out too many high-level combatants. "Your guess is correct. The Vanguard Army had many different battle plans. Their original plan was to focus on defense, but when they saw that Section Zero's first wave of attacks did not have an overwhelming lineup, Jord decided to change their strategy at the last minute. He got the 8 Vanguard officials to attack together and destroy the high-level combatants of Section Zero. "We have about 10 days of buffer time before the enemy launches the next wave of attacks. All of you continue to deal with the high-level combatants. This is the weakness of the Allied forces." Jode was filled with confidence. Jaeger frowned. "With this example, the enemy's high-level combatants will not underestimate us and might not even fight with us. We might not have such an opportunity like today." "Then, create an opportunity." Rothers, who had been silent by the side, slowly said, "If the enemy does not send out any high-level combatants to deal with us, then watch us dismantle their fleet." Jode nodded. "In any case, try to find an opportunity to kill the enemy's high-level combatants. Kill them until they are afraid, and the difficulty of our expansion will be reduced." Rothers suddenly said, "Black Star should continue to participate in the next attack. I have a request. Everyone should report Black Star's location to me at all times. If I am not needed on the main battlefield, I will rush over to get rid of Black Star." Jode pondered for a moment. "Sure, but the prerequisite is that you do not let your personal grudges affect the battle." I don't need you to teach me that. Furthermore, this is not just a personal grudge." Rothers coldly said, "Black Star is an officer of the Dragon Emperor. If we get rid of him, we might be able to force the Dragon Emperor out. That way, His Excellency Heber will be able to legitimately intervene in the secret war. Beyond grade, the existences were a form of deterrence, and they rarely acted. Even though the tyrant was the leader of the Bloodshed Land, he still did not personally participate in the secret war. However, if Ames acted first, Heber would have a reason. In their eyes, the tyrant was obviously stronger than the Dragon Emperor." Everyone's eyes lit up. Jode nodded. "That makes sense. I'll leave it to you then. Don't worry. No matter where he hides, I will be able to find him." Rothers nodded in satisfaction. While the coalition army was waiting for reinforcements, several riots broke out. Led by the Arclight organization, the members who participated in the assault requested to change their mission with the reason of heavy losses. They were not willing to participate in the frontal assault anymore. Sevet's death shocked the entire Arclight organization. The leader of the organization was filled with regret. Sevet was his right-hand man, and he trusted him greatly. He had allowed him to lead the troops in a battle, but he did not expect him to die in the first battle. The leader immediately had thoughts of retreating. The other organizations that participated in the frontal assault also suffered varying degrees of casualties among their high-level combatants. The intensity of the battle had exceeded their expectations, and the 8 vanguard officials of the Bloodshed Land had caused them to tremble in fear. Perhaps they might be able to defeat the vanguard officials if they worked together, but no one was willing to lose their calamity-grade supers. Thus, they tacitly avoided the battle. This was an unsolvable contradiction. The remote commander of Section 0 could only adjust the offensive strategy and change the members of the front line, hoping that the reinforcements would take up the responsibility of the assault. However, the reinforcements also learned of the casualty count on the front line and did not wish to participate in the assault. They were not willing to let their high-level combatants follow in their footsteps. The Amethyst civilization had no choice but to negotiate privately to make some of the unwilling organizations compromise. The Bloodshed Land strategy was extremely effective, and it exposed the flaws of Section 0. Even though the members were all well-known armed forces in the Colton Star cluster, when they worked together, they were just a motley crew. They were a perfect example of the saying, smiling when the wind blows, but hiding when the wind blows. However, Han Xiao was not disappointed. Only when the faction was at a disadvantage would they have more opportunities to display their strength. While almost everyone was rejecting the idea, Han Xiao was the only one who took the initiative to participate in the assault. This news quickly spread throughout the entire camp, causing a huge commotion. Han Xiao received strange looks from the people around him every day, filled with shock, confusion, and so on. Despite knowing the risks of the assault, Black Star still insisted on participating. Had he lost his mind? The comrades of the Arclight organization, who had already suffered losses, all looked on coldly. Black Star's actions had caused them to misunderstand. The way they saw it, Black Star wanted to make use of the opportunity to step on them, to show his usefulness, and gain the attention of Purple Crystal. This was not a problem in itself, but what made the Arclight organization and the other organizations criticize Black Star was that he did not have the strength to back it up. Even their high-level combatants had suffered heavy losses. So how could Black Star not know what he was doing? Many of the allied organizations came to a consensus. In order to increase his position, Black Star did not care about his life anymore. However, no one took the initiative to remind Black Star that they needed someone to stand at the front. Since Black Star wanted to die, they would not stop him. Han Xiao took on such a dangerous mission, and Ralph agreed to almost all of his requests. Han Xiao did not allow his subordinates to participate in the assault, but allowed Lagi, Haluz, and the others to participate in a low-intensity battle. Ralph agreed. After a few days, the second batch of reinforcements finally arrived. Section 0's army once again attacked Bloodshed Land's first stronghold in the West Wind Star system. Han Xiao allowed Haluz to temporarily command the fleet while he piloted the Blacklight stealth and blended in with the frontline troops. The tactical mission this time required him to pin down 8 Vanguard officials, and the reward was cutting-edge knowledge, as well as a large amount of experience and contribution points. It was equivalent to more than 10 normal tactical missions. Due to their previous failure, Section 0's second attack attracted the attention of the entire star field. The other 5-star cluster civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring, as well as some large organizations with high status in the star field, all had their eyes on the West Wind Star system. The result of the second battle between the two sides could basically determine the future direction of the Secret War. This was the second battle, and both Bloodshed Land and Section 0 were prepared. There was no need for foreplay, and the battle entered its climax right from the start. Fireworks lit up the dark universe. Burning battleships, exploding bullets, and shining light cannons spread out. The galactic battlefield was filled with danger, and it was like a colorful painting. The battle at the front was intense, and the 8 Vanguard officials led by Fosters destroyed one battleship after another like a hot knife through butter. It was as if they had entered an uninhabited land. Originally, the high-level combatants should have been the ones to stop them, but the Calamity-grade supers of Section 0 chose to avoid the battle and watch the Vanguard officials destroy the battleships. What are you guys standing there for? Stop them. The remote commander roared. Got it. We'll take action later. Now is not the time. Let's wait for them to exhaust some energy first. The Grade A supers all gave perfunctory replies. The remote commander was furious, but at the same time, he felt extremely helpless. He had no way of dealing with these high-level combatants. Even the fleet belonged to these people, and they would rather watch their own fleet get destroyed than take action, because purple crystal would compensate them after the battle. Thus, the remote commander could not do anything about it. Ralph could not sit still anymore. He knew that the situation was not good, but he did not expect it to be so bad. He could not help but contact Han Xiao. Black Star, the others are unreliable. When are you going to take action? If this drags on, we will definitely lose. In the cockpit, Han Xiao looked at the 8 Vanguard officials on the tactical screen and said, "Give me a battlefield." Understood. Ralph was overjoyed. He was still doubtful about whether Black Star could handle the 8 Vanguard officials, but he could only give it a shot. Now, he could only rely on Black Star. In the center of the battlefield, Rothers led the 7 Vanguard officials in a killing spree. Like 8 shooting stars, they smashed through Section Zero's battleships one after another. Their attacks were like a tsunami, directly disrupting Section Zero's formation. The 8 Vanguard officials were like leopards, and the battleships were like sheep. Without the high-level combatants restraining each other, the battleships were like prey. Once targeted, there was no possibility of escaping. The enemy's Calamity-grade supers are still not taking action? Do they really not care about the fleet? Malekith laughed maniacally in the communication channel. What a bunch of cowards. They don't even have the courage to take action, Jaeger said with disdain. Dong! Inside a battleship, Rothers smashed half of the spaceship with a punch and boarded the assault ship before it exploded. Hearing that, he could not help but ask, why hasn't anyone reported Black Star's location yet? Where is he? I don't know. There are no traces of Black Star in any part of the battlefield. However, we did discover the Black Star Corps. However, Black Star is not among them. There's only a grade A mage holding the fort. Rothers looked at the battlefield and said coldly, the high-level combatants of the enemy are all a bunch of cowards. There's no need for my help in the main battlefield for now. I'll go look for the Black Star Corps. He's definitely hiding in that part of the battlefield. All right, go ahead. Leave his place to us. Jaeger nodded and replied. Rothers was just about to turn around and leave. Right at this moment, the surrounding battleships suddenly dispersed and formed a defensive formation, revealing a path. The blacklight stealth flew out from the depths of the formation. That's Black Star? Rothers stopped abruptly and stared at the blacklight stealth. Even the other 7 Vanguard officials could not help but look over. Han Xiao, who was wearing the Berserk ape suit, left the cockpit and floated in space. He faced the 8 Vanguard officials in the distance and made a provocative gesture with his hands. Although a single person was too insignificant in the huge galactic battlefield, no one could ignore Han Xiao's existence. He released his energy, and the high-energy reaction from his body was enough to make any battleship's radar mark him as a danger. Although they were far away, Foster's and the others were still able to see Han Xiao's actions clearly, and their expressions changed. He's provoking us? Jaeger was shocked and could not understand who gave Black Star the courage to do so. Rothers could not help but feel surprised as well. He had thought that Black Star was hiding like the other Calamity-grade supers. He did not expect to take the initiative to appear. Not bad. At least you're more courageous than the others. You saved me the time to find you. Rothers narrowed his eyes and directed the assault spaceship to charge toward Han Xiao. He then jumped out of the spaceship and charged toward Han Xiao like a dark red meteor. Han Xiao stretched out his arm, and the mechanical components quickly spread out along his arm, turning into a 100-meter-long mechanical fist. Mechanical force danced around, and the giant fist smashed toward the meteor. There was no sound when fighting in a vacuum environment, but the collision between the two made many people subconsciously imagine the sound. Bang! The giant fist was instantly penetrated by the meteor, and a human-shaped hole appeared. Rother's momentum did not decrease, and his fist landed on Han Xiao's chest. Han Xiao retreated, and his body trembled. He stabilized himself in midair and threw away the broken mechanical hand. Use whatever means you have to make me happy. Rothers sent a voice message to Han Shao through the communication system of his armor. Sending a voice message when fighting. This guy is really a chatterbox. Han Shao could not help but curse in his heart. With a wave of his hand, the warehouse of the Blacklight stealth opened, and all the mech legion swarmed out like a swarm of locusts. Very quickly, the army appeared, and hundreds of thousands of mechanical soldiers surrounded Han Shao, attracting the attention of the entire battlefield. This scale was not to be underestimated. Because the Amethyst civilization would compensate for the losses, Han Shao did not hold back this time and used all his machinery. All 8 of you can come to me together. You're far from enough to deal with me. Han Shao returned the favor and sent a message to Rothers. Rothers could not help but laugh and could not be bothered to reply. In his eyes, Black Star was already a dead man, and he alone was more than enough to deal with him. The Calamity Grade Supers of Section 0 were all watching from the sidelines, and no one had any intention of helping. Chapter 647. Let's end this quickly. Rother's mind flashed, and a dense aura gushed out like a small star. Facing the hundreds of thousands of mechanical soldiers in the sky, he pushed his palms forward, and the dense shockwave blast turned into a dark red beam that shot toward Han Shao, who was surrounded by the Mech Legion. The outer layers of mechanical soldiers were directly blasted apart, and fragments flew everywhere like sand being blown away by waves. The cannon fodder machines could not block the shockwave attack of an A-plus pugilist. The 4 Oathkeepers moved and stood in front of the shockwave, unleashing their shields at the same time to block Foster's shockwave attack, preventing it from advancing any further. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and his mechanical force swept out. Under the splashing of the mechanical force field, it covered all the mechanical soldiers. The next moment, he waved his hand, and hundreds of thousands of mechanical soldiers opened fire at the same time, forming various formations and attacking Rothers with different tactics. An intense battle broke out. The huge mech legion drowned Rothers, and a small battlefield appeared in the middle of the main battlefield. The surrounding fleets were still fighting each other. The Bloodshed Land did not care about one-on-one battles, and their fleets opened fire from time to time, wanting to help Rothers destroy Black Star's mech legion. However, Section 0 was not to be trifled with either. While the other Calamity Grade Supers were watching the show, they still had the guts to command their fleets to provide cover for Han Shao. Furthermore, the surrounding machines were all equipped with hovering shields, and the attacks from time to time were all blocked. A Calamity Grade mechanic who went all out was able to fight an entire fleet alone. However, Han Shao placed all his attention on Rothers. Millions of ion cannons crisscrossed like an airtight net, continuously attacking Rothers. He dodged at times and took them head-on at times, using the high density of pugilist flames to charge forward and tear apart mechanical soldiers one after another. The armor of most of the conventional mechanical soldiers was like paper in front of Rothers. In a Grade A battle, the role of the conventional army was to provide firepower and tactical control, constantly wearing down the enemy. Under the boost of Han Zhao's surging mechanical force, Rothers had no choice but to dodge. Being focused on by hundreds of thousands of mechanical soldiers was not a joke. While he was confident in his physical strength, he was still a man, and he had to treat himself better. The main force of the battle was a small number of Grade A elite machines, such as the improved versions of the Oathkeepers and Phantoms. Their individual strength naturally could not exceed that of a Calamity Grade Super, but when they worked together, they could pose a threat to a Calamity Grade Super. Even the chief Vanguard official under the Tyrant, who was renowned in the Star Field, would not be able to destroy an Oathkeeper with a few punches and kicks. Han Shao moved among the Mech Legion at an extremely fast speed, constantly changing his position, making it difficult for Rothers to lock onto his position. Rothers did not dare stop and maintained his high-speed movement, dodging the continuous attacks while analyzing the situation in his mind. I have to find an opportunity to charge in and kill the leader, or I'll be overwhelmed by the human wave tactic. It was not that Rothers had not fought with an army-style mechanic before, but he was very clear that once he was surrounded by the Mech Legion, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. The attack power of hundreds of thousands of mechanical soldiers was not something he could underestimate. The weakness of an army-style mechanic was to charge in and kill the leader, and their body was the breakthrough point. Black Star has the nickname of Indestructible Body. However, he can't be more difficult to deal with than the Mech Legion. Rother's eyes narrowed, and his aura erupted. He used a certain ability to increase his charge speed by many times, turning into a dark red bolt of lightning, smashing through the layers of mechanical soldiers surrounding him. He quickly approached Han Zhao's side, and his powerful fist smashed toward Han Zhao's neck. Just as the fist was about to hit, Han Zhao's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared on the other side of the Mech Legion. It was advanced void travel. Following that, Rothers charged toward Han Zhao again and again, but he was easily dodged by Han Zhao. Void travel, Chaos Body, Berserk Ape's short-range space jump module, and many other abilities were used one after another. Rothers could not even touch the corner of his clothes, and his long-range shockwave blast was easily dodged. Rothers' expression became more and more ugly. According to the intelligence from Bloodshed Land, he had thought that Han Zhao would charge forward to fight him head-on with his strong body, and he would be able to teach him a lesson. He did not expect him to be so slippery. Han Zhao's thoughts were very clear. After all, he was a mechanic. Before the Mech Legion was defeated, there was no need for him to charge forward with his tankiness. Tankiness was his trump card, and he would naturally use it last. His mission was to pin down the 8 Vanguard officials and use the Mech Legion to pin down Rothers. That way, he would be able to attract the other Vanguard officials to join him in dismantling his Mech Legion, and he would be able to pin down even more Vanguard officials. Otherwise, with just his tankiness, although Rothers would not be able to kill him, he would definitely be suppressed and would not be able to fight back. Han Zhao also had a long-term plan. As long as he completed this tactical mission, he would be able to obtain cutting-edge knowledge and complete his class advancement. He would be able to defeat the Mech Legion, and he could use this as an excuse to withdraw from the battle for a period of time. He would be able to use his newly upgraded abilities to create a brand new Mech Legion. The Amethyst civilization would compensate him for his losses. He knew that the expansion of Bloodshed Land was unstoppable, and with the current performance of Section 0, they would definitely be defeated in the early stages. He did not want to fight a battle that he would definitely lose, so he might as well retreat and go home. At that time, when the situation was bad, Purple Crystal would become anxious and take the initiative to ask him to fight. Only then would he be able to take advantage of them. All along, although Han Zhao had been using the army style, he also liked to engage in close combat. However, at this time, he had chosen a proper tactic and used his amazing dodging ability to resolve Rothers' attacks time and time again. The strength of an army-style mechanic was displayed to the fullest. Although the losses of the Mech Legion were increasing, Rothers' energy consumption was even more intense. With hundreds of thousands of mechanical soldiers, the quantity had already caused a qualitative change. With such a dense and frequent attack frequency, no one below beyond grade A would dare to take it head-on unless they had a special tank ability. As for the damaged machines, Han Zhao used waste modification and machinery continued to repair them time and time again. It was as though there was no end to them. Both parties could see that Rothers was like a bug trapped in a net, completely falling into the rhythm of Black Star's battle. With the help of Han Zhao's high-intensity mechanical force and superhuman, his 42% attack increase from level 170, Rothers' individual strength advantage was greatly reduced. He's holding back the chief Vanguard official. Many grade A supers in Section 0 felt their spirits lifted. It was good news that Black Star was able to fight against the chief Vanguard official. However, no one was too surprised. Black Star was no longer a nobody, and many of his deeds had spread throughout the galaxy. Furthermore, he was the strongest member under the Dragon Emperor, so it was not surprising that he was able to fight against the chief Vanguard official of the Tyrant. Ralph, on the other hand, was a little anxious. Black Star had promised him to hold back the 8 Vanguard officials, but at this moment, only Rothers was being held back. The other Vanguard officials were still destroying the fleet. If not for the fact that Black Star was engaged in an intense battle, he would have rushed him. After dodging another 100 ion cannons, Rothers looked at Han Shao, who was moving around and was extremely unhappy. Black Star was far more difficult to deal with than he had expected. Rothers still did not feel that Black Star was a match for him. The way he saw it, victory would be his sooner or later, as long as he could grab hold of the opportunity. However, the two of them had dragged on for too long, which was the opposite of his original intention of ending the battle quickly. He could not help but feel frustrated, and his patience was completely exhausted. Jaeger, Malekith, come and help me dismantle Black Star's mech legion. Let's see where he can hide. Rothers shouted. The other 7 Vanguard officials who were dealing with the fleet received the order and were surprised. They knew that Rothers had said that he would deal with Black Star alone. Why do you need help now? The 7 of them naturally gave face to their chief. Furthermore, Black Star had just provoked them. They turned around and charged toward the small battlefield between Black Star and Rothers, turning into 7 shooting stars and smashing into the mech legion. With the 8 Vanguard officials working together, the situation instantly worsened, and the mech legion was destroyed. Black Star can't hold on for much longer. The Grade A Supers of Section 0 felt their hearts skip a beat. However, facing 8 Vanguard officials, they did not want to take the risk of supporting Black Star. Before the mech legion was destroyed, Black Star still had a chance to retreat. Rothers stared at Han Shao. The moment Black Star showed any signs of retreating, he would immediately charge forward to interrupt him, not wanting to let Han Shao escape. However, out of his expectations, even though the situation was clearly deteriorating, Han Shao continued to fight without any intention of escaping. This made Rothers' vigilance useless. What is Black Star doing? Why isn't he retreating? Doesn't he know that he will definitely die if he continues fighting? The surrounding Calamity Grade Supers were all shocked, and their faces were filled with confusion. Had Black Star gone crazy? Was he trying to fight all 8 of them alone? The sky was filled with mechanical debris, and less than 1/10 of the mech legion remained. Rothers and the others finally stopped and looked at Han Shao, who had stopped as well. Looking at the few remaining mechanical soldiers, Han Shao remained indifferent. His opponents were 8 Vanguard officials after all, and this result was within his expectations. With just the mech legion, it would be difficult for him to face 8 of them. However, with the insurance, Han Shao did not feel any heartache. Instead, he chuckled and sent a voice message to the 8 Vanguard officials. In the end, all 8 of you still have to come at me together. Rothers' face sank, and he said with a deep voice, hurry up and finish him off. Let's see if he can still laugh. Really? Malekith was surprised. Since we have already started the siege, let's fight to the end, Rothers said coldly. The other 7 did not have any unwillingness. They had only watched the one-on-one battle because of Rothers. Now that Rothers was no longer playing and had taken the initiative to ask them for help, they would not stop halfway. Bloodshed Land did not care about one-on-one battles. Gathering the strong to end the battle quickly was the way to go. The 8 Vanguard officials suddenly charged forward, and Han Shao took a deep breath and faced them head-on. In the eyes of the surrounding Calamity Grade Supers, Black Star's back was inexplicably dyed with the aura of someone who was not afraid of death. Everyone was moved. They did not understand why Black Star would risk his life so much, not hesitating to give it up. The 8 meteors hit Han Zhao's body again and again, and the fiery punches left countless afterimages, bombarding every inch of his body. How many punches did Black Star receive? The spectators could not even count. Everyone felt a sense of desolation and could not bear to watch anymore. Black Star would definitely be torn apart by the 8 Vanguard officials like a sheep in a pack of tigers. However, the next moment, they rubbed their eyes and could not believe what they were seeing. Although Han Shao was in a sorry state, flying here and there, and even his mechanical suit was shattered, his body was still strong, and he was still so lively after taking countless punches. Foster's and the others stopped abruptly and looked at Han Xiao in the middle with bewilderment. The energy that they had just unleashed was enough to destroy half of the surface of a medium-sized planet. Black Star was actually still alive? The energy conversion is indeed reliable, and the steel body has reduced a lot of the true damage. However, the damage of these guys is really terrifying. I almost had to use Aurora's character summon card. Although he was being suppressed, Han Xiao had been calmly analyzing the situation. Seeing that the 8 of them had stopped, Han Xiao sighed, rubbed his neck, and revealed a nonchalant smile. However, it was more effective than any provocation. Rother's face instantly turned green. He felt that this smile was filled with mockery and sarcasm, as though it was saying, "Why did you stop?" At this moment, everyone's expression seemed to have frozen. Ralph's face was filled with joy. Black Star was really able to withstand the attacks of the 8 Vanguard officials. He was serious. The many grade A supers of Section 0 were shocked. Those 8 enemies were not ordinary Calamity grade supers, but the famous 8 Vanguard officials of the Bloodshed Land. Their names were known throughout the entire star field. Rothers and the others were filled with shock and anger. The 8 of them had only lost to the Tyrant Heber before. They could not believe that Han Xiao had actually withstood their attacks. It was as though an unstoppable wave had smashed into a cliff and exploded. Black Star's name appeared in everyone's mind, forming a thought that they could not get rid of. Was this the rumored, indestructible body? Chapter 648. So this is the indestructible body Black Star. The strength of his body is even more exaggerated than the rumors say. With such a powerful recovery ability, only a beyond grade A super will be able to kill him easily. To be able to take on the 8 Vanguard officials of the Tyrant alone, as expected of the strongest general under the Dragon Emperor. Just where did Ames find such a powerful person? Han Zhao's performance shocked the many Calamity grade supers of Section 0. The Arclight organization and the other organizations were shocked. They had originally thought that Black Star was overestimating himself and would sacrifice himself like their own high-level combatants. Who would have thought that while they were all Calamity grade supers, they were different? Rothers was shocked, and he said, "There's something strange about his body. A portion of the power we unleashed was absorbed by his cells, allowing him to recover quickly." Jaeger's expression was solemn. I noticed it too. The chief Vanguard official was extremely experienced and quickly discovered the theory behind Han Zhao's indestructible body. Rother's eyes narrowed, and he thought of a countermeasure. He doesn't recover instantly, and there's a limit to his strength. As long as our attacks exceed the threshold, we will be able to cause effective damage to him. We need to unleash explosive and continuous attacks without giving him any time to breathe. Only then will we have a chance to kill him. Rother's eyes were sharp, and his conclusion was close to the truth. Hearing that Black Star could be killed, the other 7 could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Black Star's endurance had shocked them. The damage dealt by the 8 of them together was enough to cause continuous landslides. Even they did not dare to use their bodies to take on such damage. Just like when facing Han Zhao's mech army, they mainly dodged, not daring to be focused on. Looking at Han Xiao, who was exercising his shoulders in the middle of the encirclement, Rother's tone sank. Don't overestimate Black Star. Although it's very difficult to kill him, as long as we destroy his mechanical army, his threat will be greatly reduced. One person will be enough to hold him back. However, Rother's goal was not just to hold back Black Star. He wanted to kill Black Star. If the 8 Vanguard officials were unable to deal with an opponent of the same level, their reputation would take a huge hit. Only by killing Black Star would they be able to establish their prestige and intimidate the members of Section 0. Let's attack together and change tactics. Don't split up. As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 of them once again besieged Black Star. Rothers had said that only with high burst damage and continuous damage would they have a chance of killing Black Star. Only when the 8 of them worked together would their damage output be the most terrifying. Han Shao had expected that the 8 of them would try a second time. The members of the Bloodshed Land were all bronze and would not give up so easily. It was not that he did not resist at all. He opened his arms wide and pulled. Mechanical force surged out like lightning. Even if the mech army was reduced to less than a tenth, the mechanical parts floating in the air were still his weapons. Countless mechanical parts turned into a torrent and gathered toward Han Shao. Under the effect of mechanical force, they quickly transformed and joined together, turning into giant mechanical hands and modified cannon barrels. The iron fists smashed through the flames, and the laser cannons pierced through the darkness. If the battlefield was not in a silent vacuum environment, the momentum would have been extremely shocking. At this moment, the multicolored lights crisscrossed and exploded soundlessly. Amidst the deathly stillness, there was an unparalleled danger. Grey Bee Supers could not even withstand the aftermath of the battle between Han Shao and the 8 Vanguard officials. This ability to directly modify mechanical parts into mechanical weapons not only used waste modification, but also the effects of basic machinery construction and mechanical force combat technique. It consumed a lot of energy, but with the ferocious attacks of the 8 Vanguard officials, Han Shao did not lack energy at all. Bang, bang, bang. Their muscles collided again and again, and bright energy rings exploded. The battle became more and more intense. Because Rothers had found the trick, the 8 Vanguard officials used high explosive and high endurance attacks. They cooperated well and attacked endlessly, making Han Shao suffer the destruction of wind and rain every second. Heavy punches that could shake mountains landed on his muscles, and high-intensity shockwaves that were comparable to battleship main cannons burned his bones. In order to pursue explosive power, the 8 Vanguard officials attacked with all their might, and all kinds of pugilist skills greeted Han Shao one after another. Their fists were like meteors, and the stars fell like rain. Bang, bang, bang. The dull vibrations passed through his bones and muscles, all the way to his brain. Han Shao felt like he was a piece of cake that was being hammered continuously. The control of the 8 Vanguard officials was very strong, and he was being hit 90% of the time. His counterattacks could only cause some trouble and were not enough to interrupt the attacks of the Vanguard officials. There was a limit to the conversion of energy and health, and he could only recover 28% of his health every second. With the 8 of them increasing their explosive power, their output efficiency soared. The damage per second had already reached 40 to 50,000, which exceeded his recovery speed. This damage was extremely terrifying. If a normal Calamity-grade super were to take all the attacks with his body, he would be reduced to a pile of broken corpses in just 2 seconds. Thankfully, my strength and life talent has already become advanced, giving me almost 20,000 health. Otherwise, my recovery speed would not be able to keep up. Enduring the intense pain, Han Shao gritted his teeth and maintained his calm, keeping a close eye on his health. If it was too dangerous, he was prepared to use the Aurora character summon card or advanced void travel at any time in exchange for some time to catch a breather. At this rate, he would be beaten up sooner or later. However, Han Shao did not panic. He was only willing to take such a high risk after careful consideration. Facing the 8 Vanguard officials, the most dangerous period was only the beginning. The longer he dragged it out, the safer he would be. Advanced strength and life not only increased his health, but after the upgrade, it also gave him an ability that increased all his attributes by 10% for every 40% of his health lost. Endurance was also one of the attributes. This meant that Han Zhao's health would continue to increase as he fought. While the maximum recovery speed of 28% of his health would not change, the actual amount of health he would recover would continue to increase. This molding talent made up for the shortcoming of his health and mana conversion, creating a wonderful chemical reaction. It was the perfect combination for his high recovery speed. As long as he could survive the initial dangerous period, the longer he dragged it out, the less of a threat the 8 Vanguard officials would pose to him. Apart from not having a taunt ability, Han Xiao was basically a god-tier MT. The battle continued, and the 9 of them fought fiercely. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the surrounding calamity-grade supers to shrink back in fear. Through the energy reaction of the radar, they could see that Black Star's life signal was getting stronger and stronger. Clearly, the terrifying attacks of the 8 Vanguard officials not only did not threaten his life, but also made him stronger and stronger. Even though Han Xiao was in a very difficult situation, no one dared to underestimate him. There was only one word that could describe what everyone was feeling. Unbelievable. Rothers had already realized that something was wrong. The feeling of his fists hitting his muscles was gradually changing, and he could clearly feel that Han Xiao's body was becoming stronger and stronger. He's getting stronger and stronger. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, his heartstrings trembled, and an unknown anger surged within him. Just how many trump cards does Black Star have? He had enough. Rother's chest suddenly swelled, and the flames around his body suddenly became extremely bright. All of his energy was channeled into his hands, and the muscles on his arms bulged like balloons filled with air. Every muscle fiber in his body seemed to be stretched taut. Veins popped out on his forehead, and Foster seemed to be using all of his strength. His arms seemed to be pushing a mountain, and it was extremely strenuous. His movements were heavy, and a dark red ring of light appeared around his arms, surrounding his fists. Right at this moment, the radars of the surrounding battleships started to sound alarms. Warning, warning. Super strong energy fluctuations detected. The next moment, an extremely dazzling blood-red light shot out from Rother's fists. A gigantic red shockwave sphere with a thick tail of flames instantly blasted onto Han Xiao's body, drowning him in a blinding blood-red light. This fist seemed to have stolen the limelight of the battlefield, and the terrifying energy fluctuations caused the spectators to imagine what was going on. Boom! This is the star-shaking fist. The other 7 Vanguard officials were shocked. This was a pugilist move that the tyrant had personally taught them, and it was extremely energy-consuming. They treated it as their trump card and rarely used it. They had seen the star-shaking fist personally unleashed by Heber, and it lived up to its name. Rothers was Heber's favorite student, and while his strength was far inferior to a beyond grade A, this fist had some of the tyrant style. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, their hands did not slow down, and they all imitated Rothers. 8 stars shaking fists bombarded Han Xiao from different directions. What the F*** CK? You all like to fight so much. Are you all scions? The instant the attacks were about to hit him, this was the only thought that flashed through Han Xiao's mind. The next instant, a vast amount of energy erupted. 8 dazzling beams of light collided with each other, triggering an expansion reaction. With Han Xiao as the center, a second impact was formed. The ball-shaped energy shockwave rapidly expanded, and its volume quickly surpassed that of the flagship. It was as though it had turned into a small planet made of energy, instantly becoming the most shocking focal point of the battlefield. The energy ball expanded to its limit, and the next instant, a huge explosion occurred. The dazzling light almost caused everyone to close their eyes. There was no sound, dead silence. Only ripples of shockwaves spread out, and the outer space seemed to have become a black rag that was being washed away time and time again. The explosion ended in silence. Before the explosion, Rothers and the other 7 Vanguard officials had already retreated and witnessed the result of this attack from afar. This punch had taken away more than half of their energy and stamina, and even the powerful physique of pugilists could not take it. The 8 Vanguard officials were panting and coughing nonstop. The armor on their arms had long been shattered, and their arms were exposed. There were obvious burn marks on their skin. Everyone's gaze was focused on the location of the explosion, but it was empty. Han Zhao's figure was nowhere to be seen. Was he blown to bits? Rother's eyes widened in surprise. Even he did not realize that his confidence had disappeared. He's really dead? The people from Section 0 could not help but be shocked. Right at this moment, a gray mist suddenly condensed, and rapidly turned into Han Zhao's body. The moment he regained his physical body, Han Zhao spat out a large mouthful of burnt blood. His expression was dispirited, and he looked extremely miserable. His limbs and torso were riddled with wounds, and his bones were exposed. There were burn marks everywhere. While everyone was still in a daze, Han Zhao's wounds healed rapidly, and the flesh that was missing grew back. His dispirited expression gradually became more energetic, and in the blink of an eye, his injuries were healed, and he returned to his peak state. Aurora Character Summon Card. Life Return. F***CK. I was almost blown to death. Han Xiaoxin still had some lingering fear. The 8-star shaking punches had produced a special reaction, and the explosive power was terrifying. The Darkstar Mothership's main cannon was nothing compared to this attack. In order to withstand this attack, Han Xiao had used all his trump cards. First, he used Repel, Thorns, to reduce the damage of the first wave of attack by 30%. Then, he transformed into Chaos Body to negate 95% of the damage, and his energy became his health. After his energy was depleted, he regained his physical body, and his health started to plummet. At the same time, his energy was also recovering rapidly. However, the interior of the energy ball was like a furnace, and the continuous damage was insane. Fortunately, he had Steel Body to negate the terrifying true damage, allowing him to recover his energy even faster. Thus, he repeatedly transformed between his physical body and Chaos Body multiple times, saving him over 100,000 health. Unfortunately, when he was in his physical body, he was hit by the last wave of attack, and his health was almost depleted. He could only transform into Chaos Body again to dodge the attack. When he finally reappeared, his energy was 0, and his health was only left with around 8%. He was completely out of energy. Han Xiao could only use his final trump card, Life Return, to recover to his peak state. That was too close. Han Zhao's chest heaved up and down, and he had almost died. The scene of his flesh being regenerated was clearly displayed before everyone's eyes. Black Star was still alive. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to have stopped. All the Calamity Grade supers only had one thought in their minds. That attack was definitely at the level of a Beyond Grade A. However, Black Star had withstood it. They were shocked to the extreme, and they were all dumbfounded. At this moment, the remote commander of Section 0 gave a new order. Retreat. While Han Xiao was in a stalemate with the 8 Vanguard officials, Section 0 was at a disadvantage on the battlefield, and they were still unable to expel Bloodshed Land. One person was able to hold off 8 high-level combatants, but even so, he was still unable to control the entire battle. His teammates would not become more outstanding because of this. Only a Beyond Grade A could determine the direction of an entire galactic war. Although Section 0 had lost again, Han Xiao had achieved his goal. It could be said that he was the only winner of this battle. Even the victor, Bloodshed Land, had become a backdrop for him. Han Xiao boarded the Blacklight Stealth and retreated with the rest of the troops. Raw thirst did not stop him. Firstly, he did not have much stamina left, and it was not suitable for him to go in alone. Secondly, he had already lost the confidence to kill Black Star. The 8 Vanguard officials looked at Section 0's retreat from afar. Han Xiao returned, and the fleet opened up a path as though it was welcoming him back. Section 0 was clearly the side that had lost the battle and retreated, but their morale was still high. Bloodshed Land had won this battle, but their morale seemed to have been lowered. At this moment, those who had personally witnessed the battle between Han Xiao and the 8 Vanguard officials all knew one thing. After this battle, Black Star would leave the realm of ordinary experts and enter a whole new level. He would truly step onto the stage of the big shots of the starfield. Chapter 649. Section 0's fleet was far away from the Bloodshed Land stronghold. The shocking performance of Black Star in the battle earlier quickly spread throughout the entire fleet. The other teammates who were on the battlefield were all shocked, and only after watching the video did they dispel their doubts. Han Xiao met up with Lagi and the others. The intensity of the battle was not high, and the casualties were very light, even smaller than the first battle. After leaving the battlefield, a notification popped up on the interface. You have received 1 legendary point. Han Xiaoxin was not too surprised. In the past, before he reached Grade A, he had faced the attack of 3 Dark Star Calamity grades and obtained the Battle of the 3 Calamity grades legendary point. Now that he was facing 8 even more famous Vanguard officials, obtaining a legendary point was within his expectations. Star Cluster legendary point, Colton Star Cluster, indestructible body. You defeated the 8 Vanguard officials of the Bloodshed Land and used an impeccable battle record to prove that you are worthy of the nickname given to you. This battle will be passed down by word of mouth and become an everlasting legend. Indestructible body, Han Xiao was shocked. This was originally just a nickname given to him by the various organizations, but now it had become an official legendary point. He could not help but feel an inexplicable sense of excitement. He had finally made a real name for himself. The reward of increasing his Star Cluster legendary point by 20% was even higher than the Star System legendary point. This was his first Star Cluster legendary point. If I defeated the 8 Vanguard officials head-on, the influence will probably be a Star Field legendary point. Han Xiao shook his head. This was beyond his capabilities. The Vanguard officials were all muscular tyrants, and they were all very tanky. Furthermore, the 8 of them worked together and controlled the rhythm of the battle. His current limit was to retreat safely. Only a beyond grade A would be able to easily deal with such a situation. On the interface, the tactical mission was displayed as completed. Han Xiao was about to contact Ralph and ask him to fulfill the deal, but just as he took out his communicator, Ralph's communication request arrived first. As soon as the communication was connected, Ralph immediately said, "Black Star, your combat strength exceeded my expectations. You really did it. Although we didn't win this time, you've stopped our decline." Ralph was not stingy with his praises. Because the members of Section 0 were afraid of the Bloodshed Land's killing tactics against high-level combatants, none of the Calamity Grade Supers were willing to participate in the battle. At this critical juncture, Han Xiao was the only one who could fight head-on and restrain the high-level combatants of the enemy. In Ralph's eyes, Han Xiao was like a lifesaver, and he could not stop praising him. Han Xiao couldn't help but interrupt him. "Stop for a moment. Let's not waste any more time. It's time to complete the deal. Give me the cutting-edge knowledge. I want to leave the battlefield for a while." There's a sense of déjà vu of "give me the ball, I want to go home." Hearing this, Ralph's excited expression froze on his face. He said in shock, "You want to withdraw from the secret war? It's only temporary. As you can see, in order to block the 8 Vanguard officials, my mech legion was wiped out. I'm a mechanic, and without machinery, my combat strength will decrease greatly. Furthermore, I've actually suffered very serious internal injuries. I can't even stand up now, and my limbs won't listen to me. I'm just holding myself back from vomiting blood." Han Zhao's face was not red, and he was not panting at all. "Really?" Ralph looked at Han Xiao suspiciously. He didn't look like he was injured at all. "Why? Do you want me to vomit blood for you to see?" Han Xiao opened his mouth and was about to vomit. All right, I believe you." Ralph hurriedly stopped him. He felt that Black Star might really have been seriously injured. However, after thinking about it, he had faced the 8 infamous Vanguard officials head-on and even suffered a beyond grade A attack. It was normal for him to pay a price. Han Xiao paused for a moment before explaining, "I need to rest for a while. Cutting-edge knowledge is extremely complicated. I'll need half a month to learn it." Ralph nodded. What Han Xiao said made sense. Cutting-edge knowledge was indeed very complicated. Furthermore, I also need time to rebuild the Mech Legion. This is a huge project. Otherwise, I won't be able to display my full strength. Even if I participate in the battle, it will be meaningless, right? I guess so. Ralph was conflicted. However, if you withdraw, we really won't have the ability to fight back at the high-level combatants level. You also know that the other members don't even put in any effort. Han Xiao shrugged and acted as if he had done his best. He shook his head and said, "As you can see, I can't change the situation alone. This battle has already proven that. Even if I stall the Vanguard officials, the fleet still won't be able to break through the stronghold of Bloodshed Land. Compared to Bloodshed Land, our combined fleet is nothing. The way I see it, Bloodshed Land's invasion is a foregone conclusion." After the two battles, Ralph was also rather pessimistic. He could not help but ask, "What do you think?" "I feel that at the beginning of the secret war, Bloodshed Land will gather their forces and build the first batch of strongholds. It will be very difficult for us to stop this from happening. However, if Bloodshed Land wants to invade the few star systems at the border, they will definitely split their forces and occupy more strongholds. This will cause their forces to be scattered, and Section 0 will have a chance to retaliate at that time." Han Zhao's tone was honest. Although he did not understand the details of the version update, he remembered the situation at the later stages of the Secret War in version 3.0. From this, he could deduce the advantage that Bloodshed Land had in the early stages. The advancement of Bloodshed Land could not be stopped. The reason he wanted to withdraw was because he did not want to look for trouble in the early stages. Ralph pondered for a while and could only admit that Han Zhao's words made sense. The situation might really develop that way. He suddenly felt helpless and asked, "You're right. Do you have any practical suggestions?" "I feel that the most important thing now is to do our internal work well and solve the problem of the high-level combatants of Section 0 avoiding the battle. Bloodshed Land should focus on building a bridgehead. We should not have any unrealistic fantasies of chasing all the enemies away. It's best to stop when the time is right to retaliate. What we need to do now is to bide our time. What I mean is to conserve our energy. Star cluster civilizations did not lack resources. In order to defend against Bloodshed Land, the Amethyst civilization could spend money to increase the strength of Section 0. To Han Xiao, who had already displayed his value, if the Amethyst civilization accepted his suggestion, he would be able to obtain even more benefits. Putting aside the fact that Han Technician wanted to slack off, this suggestion actually made sense. At least in Ralph's opinion, this was a feasible strategy. "I will pass your suggestion to the command center and let them analyze it." Ralph paused for a while before sighing. "As for your request for leave, I will approve it. I only have one request, which is to return to the battlefield as soon as possible after you've fully recovered." "Of course. When will you give me the cutting-edge knowledge?" "I will send you a list of knowledge later. You can choose from it yourself. We will send it to you very soon. By the way, the resources to compensate for the losses will also be sent to you as soon as possible." Hearing this, Han Xiao let out a lazy smile. With the cutting-edge knowledge in hand and the class advancement mission, he had completed one of his goals of participating in the Secret War. Han Xiao did not spend too much time gaining favorability. His feat of stalling the 8 Vanguard officials could not be replicated. After this battle, the Vanguard officials would realize that he was difficult to kill and would not waste their energy working together again. This time, he had gained fame, and the Vanguard officials would definitely not make the same mistake again. Although he was extremely tanky, his actual deterrence was not too high. As long as there were 1 or 2 Vanguard officials, they would be able to restrain him. The situation today would not happen again. In order to increase his deterrence, he would have to continue upgrading and build new machinery with cutting-edge knowledge as the core. After closing the communication, Ralph sent him the list of knowledge. There were a total of 60 types of knowledge in the mechanic class. There were 20 types in the armed, energy, and control branches, and there were a total of 5 levels. There were 45 types of knowledge in the basic, advanced, and advanced levels. There were only 15 types of knowledge in the final cutting edge and ultimate knowledge. There were a total of 9 types of cutting-edge knowledge, 3 in each branch. The Amethyst civilization did not have all the cutting-edge knowledge, only a portion of it. Han Xiao was a virtual mechanic, so it was normal for him to spend potential points to learn the control branch of cutting-edge knowledge. However, learning the other 2 branches of cutting-edge knowledge would require 3 times the amount. However, Han Xiao did not choose the control branch, but chose the energy branch of cutting-edge knowledge. Abnormal state energy. No matter what kind of class advancement a mechanic was, this knowledge was compulsory. It could be said that it was the threshold of a mechanic's sublimation. Only after learning this knowledge would a mechanic possess the technology to collect, refine, and use psionic energy and antimatter energy on a large scale. Energy was the core of machinery. The revolution of energy technology would bring about a complete transformation. Han Xiao had been waiting for this knowledge for a very long time. He had already saved up a new wave of potential points, and he could afford to spend 3 times the amount. As he did not have to participate in the following battle, Han Xiao left with his troops and returned to the Garten Star System base. Seeing that the Black Star Corps had left, the other members of Section 0 were envious, but no one had any objections. Black Star had taken a huge risk in this battle, and indeed had the right to return to rest. The others could only watch as the Black Star Corps left, thinking that they were going to be trampled on by bloodshed land again. Only one song could express their feelings. Come back quickly. We can't take it anymore. The second battle between Purple Crystal and Clint came to an end. The other 5-star cluster civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring, who were paying attention to the situation of a secret war, immediately received the battlefield report. The various high-ranking officials could not believe their eyes. Black Star fought against 8 Vanguard officials under the Tyrant alone, but he managed to escape unscathed in the end? Is this a joke? This information appeared on the table of the leaders of the various organizations at lightning speed, and it instantly caused a huge commotion in the circle of large organizations in the entire star field. The 7-star cluster civilizations, including Bloodshed Land and the various large organizations, all had a new understanding of Han Xiao. Originally, in their eyes, Black Star's biggest label was that he was AIM's trusted aide, and the second biggest label was that he had a strong network of connections. Black Star's position in the circle basically came from these 2 labels. In terms of combat strength, these organizations did not think highly of him because of this. Their evaluation of him was very pertinent. Black Star was a relatively powerful Calamity-grade super and could hold his own. However, among those of the same grade, he was not overwhelmingly strong. However, this piece of information completely shattered all the evaluations that these organizations had of Han Xiao. Based on his performance in this battle, the 7-star cluster civilizations and the various large organizations made a new evaluation of his strength. In the universe, individualism is not prevalent. The strong usually have to face the encirclement of multiple opponents of the same grade, and the supers who are best at fighting one against many are publicly recognized as mages and mechanics. Black Star is a mechanic, but the way he fights one against many is completely different. The common problem of mechanics is that their bodies are not strong enough. Other than a portion of mechanics who specialize in individual combat, the weakness of most mechanics is that they are afraid of sudden assaults. However, Black Star has an unbelievable physique with extremely high endurance. He also has an Esper recovery ability, which ensures his safety. Sudden assaults become a trap for him. He is an anomaly among mechanics. Even if he loses his machinery, with this physique of his, he still has a considerable amount of combat power. Endurance is his advantage, and he is able to drag out more than 90% of the Calamity grades to death. Note, this range covers the entire star field. From the mechanical abilities Black Star displayed, it can be clearly seen that he has yet to grasp how to use psionic energy. Once he starts using psionic energy as a source of energy, coupled with his terrifying physique, Black Star's threat will increase exponentially. He will undoubtedly become a small group of people standing at the peak of the Calamity grade. Based on the above information, it is strongly recommended that he be moved into the Shattered Star Ring Beyond Grade A Seed observation list. Black Star has the potential to become a Beyond Grade A. The Beyond Grade A Seed observation list was a whole new level, beyond the scope of ordinary Calamity grades. The people on this list were all people that the star cluster civilizations paid attention to. Every name represented a prodigy with the potential to become a beyond grade A super. The basis of judgment was not only potential, but also potential, strength, growth speed, special talents, species, ability type, and other factors. The selection range was the entire Shattered Star Ring, and the population was at the level of a capital city. However, Chapter 650, Bloodshed Land Headquarters, Planet Heber. The information from the front lines was sent back to the command center. Jode paid a visit to Heber. He felt that Black Star's performance required a report. Heber sat on the enormous throne in the palace. His giant body was like a small mountain, and his back was straight. After hearing Jode's report, not only was he not angry, he even revealed an interested expression. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice like thunder. I really didn't misjudge him. It's a waste of his talent to stay with Ames. He should come and be my subordinate, Han Xiao said. Heber shook his head. He had always thought highly of Han Xiao's abilities, but Han Xiao had already rejected him twice. He would not make an exception and invite him a third time. Clint is not too happy. They feel that Black Star is an unstable X factor and should be eliminated as soon as possible, Jode said. It's not their turn to teach me how to fight, Heber said calmly. What do my 8 Vanguard officials think? Rother said that he has tarnished Bloodshed Land's reputation and is very ashamed. He wants to use 100 victories to wash away today's humiliation. Jode chose his words carefully. In truth, Rother's was not that emotionally stable. He had been beaten into a corner. Heber slowly said, the status of Bloodshed Land will not be lowered because of one battle. He is the victor, so don't act like a loser. In the entire Shattered Star Ring, there are dozens of Calamity Grade Supers with beyond Grade A potential. However, after so many years, there are only 4 beyond Grade A Supers. After pausing for a while, Heber's tone turned serious, and a domineering aura swept out. Jode felt as though someone was squeezing his neck, and he stopped breathing. Potential is just potential. With me here, you don't have to be afraid of anyone. Jode was energized. Heber's domineering aura made him admire him greatly. This was the spirit that was worth following with his life. At the same time, on the home planet of the Amethyst Civilization, Section Zero's 2 failures made the upper echelons of the Amethyst Civilization very unhappy, and Black Star's performance was the only good news among all the bad news. The Secret Service, the Strategy Department, the military, and other high-ranking officials held a private meeting to discuss the issue of Black Star. Beyond grade, A seeds are very rare. Although the Dragon Emperor is neutral, Black Star is close to the Purple Crystal Sect. He has a very high investment value. That's right. Black Star's organizations are all located in the Colton Star Cluster, so he's naturally close to us. If he can become a Beyond Grade A Super, it means that there will be a Beyond Grade A organization in the Colton Star Cluster, which can bridge the gap between us and Clint. The Amethyst Civilization envied the Clint Kingdom for having an ally like the Bloodshed Land. If they also had a Beyond Grade A organization as their ally, they would not have had to spend so much effort to establish Section Zero, and they would not have been so passive in the Secret War. Black Star had potential, and his ambition was far greater than the Dragon Emperor's. Coupled with his political leanings, the Amethyst Civilization felt that he had value in nurturing. The purpose of this meeting was to discuss their attitude toward Black Star. They saw more long-term benefits in Han Xiao than this war. The Star Cluster civilizations were not afraid of Beyond Grade but it did not mean that they did not want them. The various Star Cluster civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring placed great importance on nurturing supers. The various public academies recruited students with potential and produced talents every year to replenish the various departments. However, the most they could nurture was a Calamity Grade Super. They had no hope of becoming a Beyond Grade A Super at all. Therefore, a Beyond Grade A seed close to the Amethyst Civilization was enough to make the high-ranking officials put down their work and sit in a row for a meeting. If Black Star becomes a Beyond Grade A, we can help him build a Beyond Grade A organization and nurture it into an organization on par with the Bloodshed Land. This way, we can offset Clint's advantage and expand our influence in the star field. Nurturing our own beyond grade A ally. This is a good idea, but the prerequisite is that Black Star has to fulfill his potential. Everyone discussed endlessly. After a while, they finally reached a consensus. They would change the way they invested in Black Star and increase the resources they provided to the Black Star Corps. After all, the price of roping in a Calamity grade was incomparable to roping in a Beyond Grade A. The earlier they roped him in, the lower the cost. Purple Crystal did not lack resources and was willing to invest in the early stages to bet on Black Star's potential. At the same time, they would increase the position of the Black Star Corps in Section 0 and focus on Black Star's growth. They would also provide him with a certain amount of strategic protection to prevent other organizations from secretly attacking Black Star. A Beyond Grade A seed was a new level that surpassed ordinary Calamity grades. Every single one of them will be the focus of attention of the various organizations, which meant that they would have to endure more storms. The fame that Han Shao gained from this battle completely changed the attitude of the Star Cluster civilizations toward him. Many invisible undercurrents started to revolve around him. Under the spreading of the rumors, the news of Black Star becoming a new Beyond Grade A seed quickly spread throughout the entire Shattered Star Ring. Some organizations with ulterior motives secretly hyped up the news and let countless galactic residents know about it. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a household name. Even the other Star Cluster civilizations that did not have any conflicts of interest with the Amethyst civilization were not willing to sit back and watch Purple Crystal obtain a person with the potential to become a Beyond Grade A. Out of the mentality of flattery, not only did they not hide the importance they attached to Han Shao, they even took the initiative to reveal it. In the process of spreading, some people twisted the rumors time and time again. The process was enough to write a thesis on how rumors spread. In the end, the rumors became Black Star will be the future 5th Beyond Grade A of the Shattered Star Ring. This was even more shocking than a simple Beyond Grade A seed. It was equivalent to putting Han Shao on the throne in advance. Countless people were in an uproar. The large organizations knew that this was *T, but the majority of the people did not know the inside story. Under the provocative and highly exposed reports, many people really believed the rumors and spread the news to their friends, spreading the news that the 5th Beyond Grade A of the Shattered Star Ring was about to be born. The news also spread to Floating Dragon. The alloy door of the training room opened, and Hela walked out while wiping the sweat on her forehead. In the past 2 to 3 years of training on Floating Dragon Island, she had changed out of her black combat uniform and into a custom-made red trench coat. The special fabric had a high-level shield engraved on it, as well as an Esper ability enhancement enchantment. If Han Shao was here, he would definitely find it familiar. The style of his trench coat was very similar to what he wore when he was Black Phantom. It's been almost 3 years. My ability is getting better and better. According to the evaluation standards of the universe, I've already stabilized my Grade B. According to my current progress, if I don't hit a bottleneck, I will reach Grade B+ within 3 years. Ames said that I have the potential to become a Calamity grade. Hela felt that her Esper ability was getting better and better, and she was in a good mood. Ames was an Esper master, and the experience she imparted to her had benefited her greatly. In order to catch up to Han Shao, Hela did not slack off for a single day. She was very satisfied with her progress. This was the result of her sweat. "Sister, I have good news." Just as Hela was about to go back to rest, Aurora ran over with a face full of joy. "What good news?" Hela was in a good mood. She pinched Aurora's soft cheeks and asked with a smile. "It's news about Han Shao. Everyone is saying that he will become a Beyond Grade A super very soon. Even the news is reporting about this." Aurora raised the communicator that was playing the news and handed it to Hela as if she was asking for credit. She could not wait to share this news. Hela was stunned. He's going to become a Beyond Grade A super? Ames was a Beyond Grade A super. Did this not mean that Han Shao was about to become as strong as Ames? Hella clenched her teeth. She was originally very satisfied with her progress, but now she felt a sense of urgency. She felt that she would never be able to catch up to Han Xiao. Compared to him, what was this little bit of progress? I'm still not working hard enough. Aurora was talking excitedly when she suddenly saw Hella turn around and walk into the cultivation room. The next moment, the in-use signal light lit up in the cultivation room. Sister, Aurora was stunned. The two of them did not see that Ames was floating in midair, looking down at them. With such a strong personality, Hella's progress will be faster than I expected. Ames smiled. Although she was lazy, she admired the hard-working Hella. Before every Beyond grade a super was formed, they had to work hard for a period of time. During this period, they would create their own legend. She seemed to see her younger self in Hella. As for Blackstar, Ames could no longer understand this officer of hers. As Han Xiao did shocking things time and time again, Ames's impression of him had been shattered and reformed many times. At this point, she was no longer willing to waste energy guessing Han Xiao's potential. She only had a simple evaluation of him. Unfathomable. Ames had never thought that a random mercenary she had recruited back then would have such achievements. Her requirements for Han Xiao had already been lowered to the lowest. As long as Blackstar stood by her side, she would be satisfied. More than half of the star field was hyping up his name, and Han Xiao could not help but feel ashamed. Are these people really talking about me? When did I fight the tyrant to a standstill? When did I pursue Ames? When did I say that I would challenge the Crimson Dynasty? Since when did I have a conversation with Austin? Oh, this is true. Han Xiao was speechless. Do these reporters not know that they will have to take responsibility in the future? After returning to the base in the Garden Star system, he finally understood the impact of this matter. The attitude of the Ghidorah civilization had obviously changed. They were even more respectful and took the initiative to extend the cooperation time between the two sides. They also opened up the resource channels and provided more strategic resources. Han Xiao also heard that Serbia V was preparing to tour the entire star system, and his first stop was Planet Golden Gate. He wanted to visit him publicly. On the surface, the reason was to give a friendly visit to the owner of the Golden Gal statue badge and to have a deeper strategic cooperation regarding the employment of the Black Star Army in the Garden Star system, which was a typical line for a program that would not change the channel at 7 in the evening. The compensation resources from the Amethyst civilization had already been sent to the base. Just the cash alone was 10 million anas, which was far more than the amount promised by the Amethyst civilization. It was a surprise that the resources were increased by a few times. Han Xiao was speechless. He knew that his performance would cause a sensation, but he did not expect the impact to exceed his expectations. The importance that the Amethyst civilization placed on him had obviously increased by a few levels. This greatly increased the speed of the plan that he had set before the war started. He immediately got Philip, Haluz, and Sylvia to work to replenish the lost battleships and manpower. He then went to the training room, took out the communicator, and opened the information about abnormal state energy that the Amethyst civilization had given him. As long as I learn this knowledge, my strength will increase exponentially. The destruction of the Mech Legion is a good opportunity for a complete revolution. Excited, Han Xiao opened the interface. Mechanic cutting-edge knowledge detected. Abnormal state energy. Consume 12 potential points to learn? Yes. Learning in progress. Please do not stop. 9%, 34%, 58%. Successfully learned. You have learned abnormal state energy. Profound and complicated knowledge flowed into his mind. Han Xiao digested it for a while and exhaled. He had told Ralph that he would have to learn it for a month. Of course, it was **T. No one knew that he could learn it so quickly. This excuse was flawless. Finally, I have my first cutting-edge knowledge. Han Xiao was overjoyed. He had already met the class advancement requirements. A new notification popped up on the interface. Prerequisites for class change completed. You have received a new class, Truth Mechanic LV. Plus 210 energy, plus 2 STR, plus 4 DX, plus 4 END, plus 10 INT. You have received 7 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Success. Han Xiao did not have the time to look at the new abilities and talents that came with the class advancement. Joy appeared on his face. Truth Mechanic was a high-grade mechanic class. It was 1 level higher than Galaxy Mechanic, and its level limit was also level 25. The name of this stage represented that a mechanic had begun to touch the truth of machinery. However, in the eyes of the players in his previous life, this name had another meaning. Chapter 651. You have received the talent, Machinery Truth Grasp. You have learned the ability, Extreme Energy Output. You have learned the ability, Strengthen Logic Program. You have learned the ability, Deep Data Implantation. Your talent, Virtual Technology Expertise, has been strengthened. Your talent, Strengthen Smart Defense, has been strengthened. Your talent, Strengthened Intrusion Calculation, has been strengthened. Your talent, Quantum Network Matrix, has been strengthened. That's right, these are the abilities. Han Xiao nodded to himself. After choosing the Virtual Technology Specialization, every subsequent class advancement would strengthen the Virtual Technology Specialization. The important abilities of a few virtual mechanics were strengthened, and they were also given 2 new virtual technology skills. Strengthen Logic Program gave him multiple upgrades to his artificial intelligence, increasing the efficiency of his calculations. Artificial intelligences were important helpers in virtual attacks and defenses. The higher the artificial intelligence level, the higher the success rate. This ability could be used to strengthen Philip. After all, Rista was an independent life form, and Philip was the most loyal and cute. Deep Data Implantation, on the other hand, strengthened the ability of infiltration. Instead of attacking the firewall, it would spend time to find flaws and gaps and quietly send disguised data packets into the target's artificial intelligence program without alarming the alarm. In a head-on battle, this ability was not very useful because it took a long time. However, it was extremely suitable for infiltration, detection, and espionage missions. It allowed the data packets to be hidden deep within the enemy, like a probe that went deep into the sea. It could detect the movements of the ocean current and filter out useful information. It could also be used as a ticking time bomb. At the same time, it could even infiltrate the data and implant new logic at the bottom of the artificial intelligence program of the target. Other than the increase in his expertise, this class advancement also gave him 2 important abilities. The Truth Mechanic was known for its powerful attack power, and its specialty was the elite mechanical soldiers. The attributes of the mechanical creations were strengthened. Machinery Truth Grasp was the core talent of the Truth Mechanic. It touched upon the truth of machinery and integrated into the creation process. Its effect was to comprehensively strengthen the armor value, defense, energy core, weapon power, range, and so on. The increase in each attribute ranged from 40 to 15%. In conclusion, the increase in the strength of a single mechanical creation was very significant, and the creation ability of a mechanic increased exponentially. Extreme Energy Output increased the output efficiency of the energy core, which meant that the opening of the container would be enlarged so that the water would flow faster. The effect was to increase the power of the weapon according to the energy level. The higher the level of the energy used, the higher the attack power. According to Han Zhao's experience, using a cold nuclear reactor could increase the attack power of the weapon by 11%, and using psionic energy would increase the attack power by 25% to 30%. Psionic energy itself could bring about a higher level of power, and with the addition of these 2 abilities, it was enough to increase his destructive power by several levels. The improvement of this class advancement is much greater than the previous one. The basic attributes of mechanical creations are extremely important. Even if it's just a tiny bit, my mechanical force bonus will be able to magnify it. The Truth Mechanic class is a watershed. With so many mechanical attributes increased, coupled with my mechanical force enhancement, it means that the combat strength of a mech legion after the class advancement will be many times greater than before. Han Xiao had a satisfied look on his face. After the class advancement, the threat of the mech legion to calamity-grade supers had undoubtedly increased by leaps and bounds, and his combat strength had also increased. At the higher levels of the main class, the benefits of the class advancement would become greater and greater. The current level limit of the class was 25, which was 5 levels higher than the level limit of the class advancement. This meant that the class advancement would be even more difficult than the class advancement. He threw the free attribute points into intelligence, as usual. The leveling up of his character and skills had given Han Xiao a total of 13 potential points. He had leveled up a few blueprints to get a few more points. Together with his original savings, Han Xiao leveled up his cutting-edge knowledge, abnormal state energy, to level 4. Every level consumed 12 potential points, and his potential points were instantly depleted. The higher the level of the core knowledge, the better. It was related to rebuilding the attributes of the Mech Legion. This was a potential point that would have to be spent sooner or later. Han Xiao did not hesitate. After all, he had a lot of experience now. As long as he could upgrade the blueprints, he would be able to obtain potential points. Although it was painful to pay 3 times the cost, he could still bear it. Now that he had reached level 180, he was at the critical juncture of his promotion. The promotion quest came as scheduled. Level 180 promotion mission, Trial of the Strong. Push yourself to your limits in battle and comprehend the sublimation of life. Mission requirements. Obtain 50 trial points. Current rating, 0 out of 50. Trial points are obtained by defeating an opponent. The opponent must be a super of the same grade. After victory, you will obtain 2 trial points. The maximum number of trial points you can obtain from a single person is 4 trial points. If the opponent is 5 levels lower than you, you will not obtain any trial points. If the opponent is 20 levels higher than you, you will obtain 6 trial points. Han Xiao was overjoyed. When he had been at level 60, he had triggered a trial-type promotion mission. This type of mission was not difficult, and it would not hinder his leveling speed. The mission requirement was to fight against a super of the same grade, which was a calamity grade. After victory, he would obtain trial points. This meant that he could spar with them, but there was no need to kill them. To the players, this mission was a little troublesome because they had to find calamity-grade NPCs all over the world. Even if they wanted to spar with them, they had to see if the other party was willing to fight with them. If they directly attacked, they would anger the other party's faction. The players spent most of their time looking for opponents, and sometimes they might not even be able to win. However, to Han Xiao, this was not a problem at all. With his connections in the Shattered Star Ring, it was too easy to find someone to spar with. Just the Black Star Corps alone had 2 grade A combatants. With Logi's personality, you would most likely go easy on him. 6 points should be a sure thing. It was a pity that Reynolds' level was much lower than his, or he would have been able to get 4 points. I'm now at level 180, which is not too high in grade A, so it should be easy to find an opponent, Han Xiao pondered. Level 180 was the moment of his 4th race evolution. He had consumed quite a number of Void Creature Essence potions and even a Void Lord core. This time, he should be able to get a very strong evolution option. The promotion mission was not difficult, so Han Xiao was not in a hurry. If he wanted to find someone to spar with, he had to at least rebuild the Mech Legion. This was his main source of combat power. After looking at his new abilities for a while, Han Xiao opened his attribute interface and looked at his own attributes. Level 180 main class, mechanic race, chaos observer, human form, attributes, 306 STR, 674 DX, 670 IND, 2126 INT, 263 MYS, 105 CHA, 1 LUK free attribute points, 0 potential points, 0 health, 125390 stamina, 101620 energy, 19,680 LV, 11 LV, 11 energy bonus, plus 111 STR, plus 158 DX, plus 174 Yendi, plus 204 INT, plus 129 MYS, plus 21220 stamina limit, plus 262% machinery affinity, super electromagnetic induction, energy rank, 17810 grade. You are not far from grade A+, although your actual combat power is not inferior to some grade A+ supers. After obtaining the advanced strengthening talent, Han Zhao's energy rank had reached around 16,000. After increasing 10 levels in a row, coupled with the new abilities brought about by his class advancement, his energy rank had increased by a large amount. When I complete the class advancement mission, my experience should be enough to support me to reach the upper limit of the Truth Mechanic class, which is level 195. Coupled with the buff from race evolution, I should be able to reach grade A+. Han Xiao thought to himself. He instructed Herluz and the others to take care of the Black Star Corps, while he went into seclusion to rebuild the Mech Legion. He could not wait to see how strong the Mech Legion would be after he completed his class advancement. The first step of rebuilding was to refine new energy and build a psionic reactor. Psionic energy was an extremely unstable form of high-level energy. Normally, only star cluster civilizations would research psionic energy, because psionic energy was extremely dangerous. If a civilization without mature technology were to research psionic energy rashly, the moment the psionic energy went out of control, a civilization on the surface could be wiped out. In history, the first civilization to discover psionic energy was the Radiant Federation. In terms of scientific research, the Radiant Federation had always been leading the era. Long before the appearance of the Beyond grade of primordial ones, psionic energy had already been used on a large scale in the war between the three universal civilizations. The earliest discovery of psionic energy was in a certain space-time research project of the Radiant Federation. During an experiment of collapsing a secondary space, it was discovered that a large amount of material was converted into a special form of energy during the process of collapsing. This was psionic energy. After a long period of research, the three universal civilizations gradually gained a clearer understanding of psionic energy. This was an extremely high-level energy that came from the collapse of secondary space. It was able to assimilate most forms of energy around it, such as flames, electricity, and so on. All of them would be converted into psionic energy and condensed together. The cost of the assimilation process was extremely low, and this reaction was known as psionic expansion. Because the cost of space collapse was too high, it could not be popularized. Therefore, based on this characteristic, the three universal civilizations extracted primordial psionic particles from the space collapse experiment and developed a storage technology to make the primordial psionic particles sleep, suppressing the natural expansion of psionic energy. They then began to try to use it on a large scale. During the experiment, there were failures. Once psionic energy went out of control and was exposed to the outside world, it would become an existence similar to an energy black hole, continuously absorbing all forms of energy around it. The converted energy would all be converted into psionic energy, causing the expansion of psionic energy to increase exponentially. A radiation reaction called psionic pollution would begin. When the primordial psionic particles decayed to a critical point, a big explosion would occur. A single primordial psionic particle could almost flatten half a planet and destroy the surface civilization. After a long period of research on psionic energy, the three universal civilizations finally developed a highly efficient and controllable psionic reactor. Its efficiency far exceeded nuclear fusion, but because they were afraid of the power of psionic energy going out of control, they did not use it on a large scale in the early stages. However, after in-depth research, the three universal civilizations discovered another characteristic of psionic energy. Not only could it be assimilated, but it could also be decomposed into many forms of energy. Because psionic energy was born from the collapse of space, some people believe that psionic energy was the initial or final form of energy, a type of universal energy. The research on psionic energy had continued to this day, and there were thousands of schools and hypotheses. The three universal civilizations had improved the collection method and extraction formula many times. Today, psionic energy had become a highly efficient and controllable high-level energy source, a must-learn technology for mechanics. As a calamity-grade mechanic, Han Xiao already had the ability to safely extract primordial particles after learning abnormal state energy. Chapter 652. Four long and thin mechanical pillars formed an X shape and suspended the miniature spherical reactor in the center. The spherical reactor was about the size of a fist, and it was silver-gray in color. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, and it reflected Han Zhao's handsome face. Miniature psionic reactor, light purple quality. As the energy core, its efficiency is many times higher than the miniature cold nuclear fusion reactor. Han Xiao stared at the psionic reactor and heaved a sigh of relief. He had used abnormal state energy to gamble blueprints and obtained a large number of psionic machinery blueprints. First, he had built a set of simple psionic extraction equipment, and after repeated tests, he had carefully extracted the original psionic particles. Then, he had assimilated the first batch of psionic particles and used a few days to test out a stable manufacturing process before building the first psionic reactor. Because psionic energy was risky, Han Xiao only dared to speed up the manufacturing process after confirming a proper manufacturing process. Let's see how it works. Han Xiao calmed himself down, took off a compressed orb from his necklace, and threw it to the side. A bolt of mechanical force connected to the compressed orb and activated it. In the blink of an eye, the compressed orb expanded and turned into the Berserk Ape mechanical suit. This was the backup mechanical suit in the warehouse. The original one had already been destroyed by the 8 Vanguard officials. Philip, stay on standby. Eject the energy core. Order confirmed. Philip said in a crisp voice. The Berserk 8 mechanical suit raised its head and stood up straight. The armor on its chest moved and turned into nanoparticles, revealing the internal structure of the mechanical suit. With a click, a highly concentrated nuclear reactor ejected from its chest. It glowed with a faint red light like the mechanical suit's heart. Han Xiao took off the nuclear reactor and placed it to the side. He then picked up the psionic reactor and stuffed it into the gap of the energy core. With a hum, the surface of the psionic reactor suddenly lit up with blue lines that looked like mechanical matrices. The glowing lines quickly cracked and turned into slots. The nanoparticles of the mechanical suit automatically transformed and embedded into the slots, automatically adapting to the new energy core. The reaction furnace began to work, providing an endless supply of psionic energy. With the energy core as the center, blue lines that resembled a mechanical matrix spread out on the surface of the Berserk Ape, covering its entire body. The lines constantly changed between dazzling and dim, again and again like ripples. This process repeated for dozens of seconds before stopping. Energy core update complete. Mech self-adaptation successful. Nano energy transmission pipe has been changed to psionic mode. Self-check in progress. Self-check complete. Running condition is good. No hidden faults. Philip's tone was cheerful. He seemed to be very happy, like a spoiled child. While building the psionic energy reactor, Han Xiao used the newly acquired logic program enhancement to upgrade Philip's logic program. While improving its computing efficiency, Philip also downloaded the emotion module, making it more lively. Not only that, it took the initiative to change its voice system, and its voice became that of a cute little boy. Looking at the equipment introduction on the interface, the upper limit of the Berserk Ape's power output had directly tripled, allowing it to carry more modules. The mech's energy value of over 20,000 had instantly increased to 57,000, doubling it. With such a huge improvement, the importance of cutting-edge knowledge was fully demonstrated. Han Xiao released mechanical force from his palm and connected it to the Berserk Ape mechanical suit. The next moment, the Berserk Ape quickly attached itself to his body, and he was fully equipped. With a thought, the arm of the mechanical suit transformed into a precise cannon barrel and aimed at the alloy wall in the distance. After the energy core turned into the psionic energy reactor, the nano-weapon module of the Berserk Ape also automatically upgraded into a psionic weapon. He adjusted it to burst mode and fired without hesitation. Boom! The sound of the psionic cannon was very crisp, and a blue light beam shot out. The moment it left the barrel, it rapidly expanded, and its size changed from the size of a soccer ball to about half a person's size. The moment it hit the target, it exploded, turning into a spherical blue energy shockwave. A dazzling light flashed. Boom! Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked again. The entire alloy wall was shattered into pieces, and the powder was blown away by the wind. Not bad. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. Psionic energy was indeed a signature ability. Just by changing to a psionic energy reactor, its power increased by several levels, and it even had the bonus of extreme energy output. Because primordial psionic energy was not stable, conventional psionic weapons used the dormant psionic energy converted from the reactor. Its power was controllable, and before it was activated, it would not expand. Only strategic weapons between civilizations would pursue the lethality of primordial psionic energy without limit. Super powerful psionic weapons were controlled, and if they were used without authorization, the star cluster civilizations and even the three universal civilizations would definitely investigate. After all, no one wanted to see a planet under their jurisdiction suddenly flattened by a psionic star destroyer cannon. The various civilizations were extremely vigilant toward mechanics who controlled psionic energy. It was fine if they threw trash everywhere, but not psionic energy. Han Xiao was still unable to create something like a star destroyer cannon. His level and intelligence were not high enough, and his knowledge was not complete. Only when he reached the level of Mecha Empire, Manison, would he be able to create such a weapon. This was also one of the characteristics of a beyond grade A super. Han Xiao tested the psionic cannons for a while before testing the Berserk Ape shield module. Due to the change of the energy core, the shield had also become a psionic shield. Its appearance had also changed. The original energy shield had a uniform color, like a translucent mirror emitting yellow or blue light. As for the psionic shield, its appearance was like a bubble. Two-thirds of the area in the middle was colorless and transparent, with energy ripples like water. Outside the colorless area, it was dark blue, and the color gradually changed toward the edge, becoming darker and rounder. It was not as angular as before, but the strength of the shield had greatly increased. At the same time, due to the assimilation characteristic of psionic energy, when the psionic shield was hit, it would absorb a small amount of damage to replenish the shield value, increasing its durability. The psionic shield also had a close-range impact. Han Xiao activated the psionic shield and slammed it into the new alloy wall. The alloy wall caved in like soft mud, leaving behind a semicircular dent. At the moment of impact, the value of the shield decreased slightly, turning into the force of impact, increasing his close-range attack power. Even if it was an ordinary person with a psionic shield on their fist, a punch with normal strength would be able to bend steel. This was an important method for mechanics to deal with close-range attacks. Right, I remember that the psionic reactor has its own wave ability. Han Xiao suddenly thought of something. He raised his hand and controlled the reactor to provide energy to his palm. Then, with a shake of his wrist, a psionic ball of light immediately appeared on the mechanical suit's palm, floating above his palm. It was in a dormant state and was rather stable, like a new blue medium. He pressed the psionic ball against the alloy wall. The next moment, a psionic shock wave swept out, and the alloy wall shook violently, with fine cracks appearing on its surface. As expected, the psionic mechanical suit can directly release psionic energy and has its own psionic wave ability. Han Xiao was very satisfied with the test results. Directly releasing energy was a very useful ability. Not only could it increase the power of close-range attacks, but it could also be used in various complicated applications. With the test of the energy technology completed, Han Xiao started to build machines. The first one he improved was the Berserk Ape mechanical suit. The Berserk Ape was a mechanical suit that he had built when he was over level 140. Now that the technology had changed, it was time to improve it. Han Xiao planned to upgrade the Berserk Ape to keep up with his current level and make it his core weapon. The reconstruction of the mech army was also ongoing. Han Xiao refined a large amount of psionic particles as the core material and directly poured in a large amount of experience to fuse the mini psionic reactor assembly line, allowing the military factory to mass produce it. Other than that, as Han Xiao's level increased, more high-level blueprints were unlocked. Han Xiao gambled on some new models of mechanical soldiers and weapons, building their own assembly lines. Batch after batch of new high-level machines were produced one after another. Now, the functions of the Black Star Corps' military factory were clearer, and it was divided into two parts. The logistics factory that Reynolds was in charge of was mainly used to supply the entire army. On the other hand, Han Zhao's military factory was for private use. The equipment there was top-notch. Be it in terms of survival speed or quality, it was far superior to the logistics factory. So far, Han Xiao had only lent it to Reynolds. It could be said that only Calamity grades were allowed to use his private factory. The assembly line that Han Xiao had personally built enjoyed his personal bonuses. The new talent, Machinery Truth Mastery, greatly increased the attributes of the machines that left the factory. The current cannon fodder mechanical soldiers had attributes no lower than the elite soldiers of the 0x regular army before the class advancement. At his level, the production capacity was already off the charts, and the reconstruction speed was very fast. As long as he was willing to spend money, he would be able to build a new mechanical army in a very short period of time. Han Zhao's ability to spend money was getting stronger and stronger. He spent 4 to 5 million anas and completed the reconstruction of the mech army in just a month. The scale was even larger than before the class advancement, and the number of soldiers had reached more than 1 million. The regular army was already numbered 016, and there were 6 elite armies numbered 101 to 106. There were a total of 22 army boxes. With money, one could really do whatever they wanted. In the past month, the Bloodshed Land had steadily advanced. The other 2 Vanguard armies had also appeared and invaded the other 2 border star systems from the Desolate Universe. At this point, the goal of the Bloodshed Land was clear. They wanted to invade the 3 border star systems of Westwind, Kaya, and Chida. The Bloodshed Land had set up a battlefront, splitting the war into multiple battlefields. All the members of Section 0 had entered the battlefield and launched a counterattack on the battlefields of the 3-star systems. However, under the ferocious advance of the Bloodshed Land, Section 0 lost more than they won. The situation of Kaya and Chida was slightly better. The Westwind Star system was the most dangerous. The 8 Vanguard officials had gathered, causing the high-level combatants on their side to choose to avoid the battle. They were unable to stop the advance of the Bloodshed Land, and the enemy had already established 6 stronghold planets. As the number of strongholds increased, the Bloodshed Land slowed down their advance. The Vanguard army had a limited number of troops, so they kept splitting up to guard the strongholds. The number of free troops that could be mobilized decreased greatly. Furthermore, after many battles, the Vanguard army had suffered quite a number of losses. However, the Vanguard army brought along the logistics factory and built battleships on the spot to replenish the strength of the fleet. However, the Vanguard army was only the Vanguard army, and their goal was to build a bridgehead. After a month, the Vanguard army completed their mission and stopped advancing. They guarded the bridgehead and waited for the main army to arrive. Of course, the main army would not cross the Desolate Universe belt slowly. Clint had started their preparations long ago and secretly built a transit station in the Desolate Universe belt. They used their star cluster level technology to build a stable teleportation stargate. Be it reinforcements or resources, they could save a lot of time. Clint's War Transit Station was hidden in the desolate universe belt. Although the Amethyst civilization did not know where it was, they knew of its existence. At the Stronghold planet, the Vanguard army had also brought along the components of the teleportation stargate and Clint's technical personnel to start the construction of the stargate. Once it was completed, the logistical problem would be solved. The troops invading Colton would receive endless reinforcements and would not be alone. Even though the Purple Crystal civilization knew about Clint's strategy, they were still powerless to stop it. This was because after the Vanguard army built many strongholds, they had deployed military orbit hyperdrive base stations and made every stronghold a space anchor point. They were connected by wormholes to help each other. The moment a stronghold was attacked, the other strongholds would be able to rush over, and the speed of reinforcements would be thousands of times faster. When Ghidorah was dealing with a mutation disaster, they had used military orbital hyperdrive base stations before. This was a star cluster level strategic equipment that was often used in galactic wars. Ghidorah had also purchased them from a star cluster level civilization. Section 0 had attacked the Stargate multiple times, but they had all failed. Only then did they change their strategy and stop wasting their troops. They started to focus on harassment and recuperation. Purple Crystal had invested a large amount of resources to help the members of Section 0 expand their fleets and replenish their forces. Although Ralph did not mention it, it was obvious that Section 0 had taken his suggestion. With the resources and productivity of a star cluster level civilization, as long as the Bloodshed Land completed the Stargate, this war would gradually enter a tug of war. The Backlands would continuously replenish their forces and send them into the battlefield again and again. People might die, but the fleets would definitely not be wiped out. The reason both sides could fight for 10 years was because of their abundant resources. War was a battle of money, a battle of productivity. After not participating in the war for a month, the current situation of the Secret War did not have much to do with Han Shao. He rebuilt the Mech Legion and continued to expand his army. The first batch of resources from the Amethyst civilization had already been used up. He had spent 10 million anas, and he had also used up more than 5 million anas in his savings. After spending so much money, the Black Star Corps had built 1 to 200 battleships and recruited a new batch of mercenaries. War was extremely costly. If not for the Secret War, Han Shao would not have received the support of a star cluster level civilization. He was prepared to slack off for another month and complete his promotion mission before returning to the battlefield. Farming contribution points was still useful, and Purple Crystal still had a few cutting-edge knowledges that he had yet to learn. Chapter 653. After the start of the Secret War, the Black Star Corps had expanded a few more times. Some of the seedlings in the training camp had matured, and many freelance mercenaries had been recruited. Now that the Black Star Corps had a lot of new blood, the number of official mercenaries had exceeded the 200,000 mark. Base number 1 had more than enough manpower. 3 masked mages in black hooded robes walked into the hall of base number 1. They attracted the surprised gazes of many mercenaries along the way. The hidden Red Robe Abbey was famous throughout the star field, and Magus Austin's forbidden sorcerers were very famous. Why are Austin's people visiting the captain? Many people knew that the captain was an officer of the Dragon Emperor. Seeing that Han Shao was in contact with another beyond Grade A, they could not help but wonder. The 3 forbidden sorcerers came to the guest room. Seeing Han Shao, they all nodded and bowed. Han Shao waved his hand and told Sylvia to go back to study. He then looked at the 3 of them and asked, "Austin's forbidden sorcerers, why are you looking for me?" The short forbidden sorcerer in the middle was the leader of the 3. His name was Desoro. He gave a simple self-introduction and went straight to the point. "The Magus ordered us to look for someone. He's your subordinate, and we want to bring him back." Han Shao was stunned. This was out of his expectations. He thought about it and asked tentatively, "Are you talking about Lagi?" Among the officers, Only Logi's background was unknown. Plus, he was a grade A+ mage, so he was most likely the target they were looking for. Yes, his full name is Logi Schwal. He used to work under the Magus. DeSoro's tone was calm, and his words were ambiguous. It seemed like he did not want to reveal the details. Han Xiao was secretly surprised. Logi had been locked up for 10 years, and no one had gone to save him. Now that he was free, Austin's people immediately came looking for him. Although he knew that Austin would not be so sneaky, it did seem like he wanted to take advantage of him. He then thought about it and felt that something was wrong. If Logi was Austin's subordinate, how could he have been captured so easily? Logi seemed to have been a lone ranger before he was captured. If this was true, it meant that he had already left Austin's organization. Then, why would Austin send people to retrieve Logi? Why are you bringing him back? Han Xiao asked. DeSoro shook his head and refused to answer. He said, "This is the order of the Magus. We're just following orders. What if I refuse?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively. DeSoro's tone was calm and emotionless. "The Magus said that you owe him a favor and will give him face." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. During the Tyrant's gathering, Austin had gifted him a Void Lord's core for no reason, so he did owe him a favor. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. At this critical juncture, Han Xiao would be crazy to fall out with Austin, whom he had a good relationship with. Moreover, he had once received a gift from him, so he really couldn't refuse it. After all, connections were mutual. He had helped Austin, so Austin had to help him to the best of his ability in the future. Otherwise, it would be easy to ruin the relationship that he had worked so hard to establish. However, Han Xiao was still a little reluctant. Logi was the second strongest person in the Black Star Corps, second only to himself. If he left, the high-level combatants of the army would drop by a level. After frowning and thinking for a while, Han Xiao thought of an excuse and said, "It's actually meaningless for us to discuss his whereabouts here. I feel that we should ask for his opinion. If he's willing to go back with you, I naturally can't force him to stay. If he's not willing to go, then there's nothing we can do." "Okay." DeSoro nodded and lowered his eyes. He did not have any objections. In fact, on the way, DeSoro had imagined all kinds of situations. If Black Star found all kinds of excuses to obstruct him and did not even give face to Austin, he would not reject taking Logi away by force. However, he did not expect that Black Star would suddenly become popular during this period of time and become a beyond grade A seed. The news of him fighting against 8 Black Star sorcerers alone gave him a shock. DeSoro knew that he would not be able to do such a thing and could not help but be afraid. Black Star had shown the potential of a beyond grade A, and although he had Austin as his backer, it would not be good for him to become enemies with Black Star. Thus, he gave up on the idea of using force. That was why he was so easy to talk to now. Han Xiao sent a message to Logi. After a while, Logi pushed the door open and entered. His complaining voice could be heard at the same time. "What dangerous mission is it now? I'm telling you, you're just exploiting me. I'll die in front of you sooner or later." Logi entered the door and saw the 3 forbidden sorcerers at a glance. His grumbling stopped abruptly, and his expression fell. "No wonder I kept getting distracted during my meditation yesterday. Something bad really happened today. Sigh. Long time no see, Logi." DeSoro's eyes flashed coldly, and his tone was indifferent. "Can you pretend that you didn't see me?" Logi had a bitter expression. "What do you think?" DeSoro snorted. Logi looked at Han Xiao helplessly. His eyes were as sad as they could be. It was as though he had gone to a banquet happily, but someone had smashed his cup to signal him that he had met 300 executioners. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. "Don't look at me like that. They came up themselves and said that they wanted to take you back. So, you used to be Austin's subordinate. Why didn't you tell me? I'm quite familiar with him." Logi looked upset. "How would I know? You actually knew Austin. Being Austin's subordinate in the past was an amazing resume. In most organizations, he would be superior." Logi did not tell Han Xiao because he wanted to keep a low profile. Furthermore, he felt that Black Star and Austin should not have any interactions. However, He did not expect Han Xiao and Austin to have chatted and laughed together before. You don't seem to want to see Austin's people. What's your background? You don't have to hide it anymore, do you? Han Xiao frowned slightly. Desoro glanced at Han Xiao, but did not say anything to stop him. Lagi sighed with a melancholy expression. He had an expression that said, I don't want to talk about the past anymore. This made Han Xiao's OCD act up. He wanted to stuff a cigarette in Lagi's mouth so that he could smoke. All right, I'll tell you. A few decades ago, I was the forbidden sorcerer commander of the hidden Red Robe Abbey, the fourth disciple of Magus Austin. Han Zhao's eyes widened when he heard this. Oh, my little guy, you're quite impressive. The position of a forbidden sorcerer commander was probably equivalent to the chief vanguard under the tyrant, and the fourth disciple of the Magus Master meant that he was one of Austin's direct disciples. With these two titles added together, Lagi's position was equivalent to Austin's right-hand man. Lagi waved his hand with an expression that said, But later, I made a mistake. Austin chased me out of the hidden Red Robe Abbey. I left Austin and became a Lone Ranger. Later, I was caught, and then you saved me. You know what happened after that? Han Xiao was surprised. With Lagi's position, what kind of terrible mistake did he make that caused Austin to personally chase away his right-hand man? At this time, Desoro could not help but cough. Your Excellency Black Star, it's better if you don't know. Han Zhao's eyes moved, and he became more and more curious. He turned around and saw that Lagi's face was full of vicissitudes, as if he had suddenly grown stubble. Sigh. Everyone has a time when they were young and frivolous. The Magus Master is a good person. It's a miracle that I can live until now. Lagi smacked his lips and said in a reminiscing tone. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. It was very difficult for him to imagine Lagi being young and frivolous. He felt that people with this name were born with the halo of a lazy salted fish. They could not be associated with the words young and frivolous. All right, back to the topic. Han Xiao had a helpless expression. I respect your opinion. If you want to go back with him, I won't stop you. If you want to stay, I'll help you reject them. Desoro frowned and thought for a while, but he did not immediately speak. Lagi rubbed his face and sighed. I'll go back with you. Hearing this, Desoro was relieved. Fortunately, Lagi was tactful, so he did not have to become enemies with Black Star. He turned to Han Xiao and said calmly, Your Excellency Black Star, he's willing to go with us. Please keep your promise. All right. Han Xiao pursed his lips. It was not easy for him to find a capable helper, but he was going to abandon him just like that. He felt like his neighbor had reached out and pulled out a high-quality chive that was like jade from his vegetable field. He did not feel good about it. At this time, Lagi suddenly spoke, and his tone became serious. Black Star, you saved me, so you're my benefactor. Don't doubt my belief in serving you. I'm going back to explain things to Austin. Otherwise, they won't let this go. I don't want to bring you trouble. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. After hearing this, he suddenly felt that he had wronged Lagi. The unhappiness in his heart disappeared, and even felt a little touched. This person is quite reliable. He's actually so considerate of me. I didn't save you for nothing. As soon as he said that, Lagi returned to his original state and became dispirited. He muttered, You can't beat Austin anyway, so it's useless for me to reject them. It's good for everyone if I go back with them. Sigh. Hey, what are you talking about? Han Xiao could not help but ask Desoro. What's Austin thinking? Why did he make him the commander of the forbidden sorcerers? Isn't he afraid that all the forbidden sorcerers will become autistic under his leadership? He wasn't like this before. Desoro's tone was awkward. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before Desoro stood up and said seriously, My mission is complete. I'll take him away first. Han Xiao was about to nod when he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly called out to the few people who were about to leave. Wait a minute. I need your help with something. Desoro turned around and said in confusion, Please go ahead. I want to spar with you guys, Han Xiao said reluctantly. Including Lagi, there were 4 experts in front of him, all of whom should be more than 20 levels higher than him. This was a good opportunity to do the promotion mission. If he could win all of them, he would get 24 trial points, which would complete half of the mission. This opportunity would not come again. Therefore, although it was abrupt, Han Xiao still spoke. Sure enough, Desoro and the others were stunned, and they felt bewildered and puzzled. Strange, why did Black Star suddenly make this request? Desoro was stunned for a few seconds before replying with a strange tone. Oh, why is that? Actually, I'm a battle-hungry person. When I meet a strong opponent, I can't help but want to spar with them. The forbidden sorcerers are very famous. I want to experience your strength and test my new weapon. Han Xiao quickly made up an excuse. Desoro was still hesitating. Seeing this, Han Xiao gritted his teeth and took out his trump card that had never failed before. Let's play. Since we're already here, as expected of a trump card, once it was used, Desoro did not know how to reject it. Originally, he only wanted to bring Lagi back and complete the mission as soon as possible. However, now that he received the invitation, he suddenly had the intention to spar. It was now said that Black Star was a future beyond Grade A seed. Only a few dozen people in the entire star field had such an honor. Although Desoro was only an officer under a Beyond Grade A, he also had the dream of becoming a Beyond Grade A super. Desoro wanted to measure what was so special about a Beyond Grade A seed and see how big the gap was between him and the other party. Thinking of this, Desoro no longer refused. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. Staring at Han Xiao, he said with a deep voice, "Okay, you pick the place." Hearing this, Han Xiao immediately revealed a simple smile. He looked at Desoro and the others as if he was looking at a few walking leaks. "By the way, I still want to spar with you." Han Xiao pointed at Lagi, who did not think it had anything to do with him. Lagi was stunned, and his face turned bitter. He murmured, "I understand. I'm going to be accidentally killed during the spar." At the same time, in the Garden Star system, Blue Star, this is Black Star's hometown, a stealth spaceship was floating in outer space. Stephanie looked at the blue planet through the porthole with a playful smile. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.